Okay, if everybody's all ready, we're going to go ahead and get started. This is our Wednesday, November 6, 2024 closed session, and it is 4:30 p.m. So I'm going to go ahead and call that to order. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on our closed session items or any correspondence?
No request to speak. The council did receive closed session in your folders.
All right, very good. So I'm going to go ahead and recess to closed session now at 4:31, and we will be back for our regular 6 p.m. meeting at that time. Thank you. everyone here, and so if we're ready, we'll go ahead and get started. I want to welcome everybody. This is Wednesday, November 6th, 2024. It is 6:01. I'm going to go ahead and call our regular meeting to order. Mr. Attorney, do we have anything to report out from our closed session?
No, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, have you received any correspondence on our agenda tonight?
Yes, I have. It's in your red folders.
All right, thank you. And if you don't mind, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Estrada.
Here.
Councilmember Carwin.
Here.
Councilmember Sobek.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dinas.
Here.
And Mayor Zimmerman.
And I'm here, thank you. And I believe we have Pastor Bob Waring with Crossway Menifee. Thank you for coming tonight and helping us get our meeting started with some words of inspiration.
Of course. Grateful for all of you and blessed to call Menifee my home. I thank you for inviting me and thank you for your service. And I would just like to pray for our meeting tonight. Heavenly Father, we thank you for every good and perfect gift. And we come to you asking for your guidance, for your wisdom, your support as we begin this meeting tonight. We thank you for the many freedoms that we enjoy in this country, the rights to worship, to speak, and to assemble. Thank you for leaders who care about issues that impact our citizens here in Menifee. May these elected and appointed public office persons be men and women of high character, good judgment, and uncommon ability. May the policies and different areas of administration promote human flourishing and protect the lives of the most vulnerable. We are so grateful that we have leaders here in Menifee that listen to us. I ask that you would help these men and women to engage in meaningful discussion. Fill them with your grace as they make decisions that affect our community. As our city officials work together to find solutions to difficult problems, we ask you guide them to speak respectfully and with humility to one another, and may the consensus they reach achieve its potential for all who call Menifee home. Amen. God bless you. Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Pastor Warning. We appreciate you being here. It's always a privilege here in this patriotic city to salute our nation's flag. And so I'm going to ask, we're blessed to have our county supervisor, Chuck Washington, with us. Chuck, do you mind leading us in the flag salute? Thank you.
On this day after Election Day, let us be reminded that we are honoring this flag and the greatest nation on the planet. Ready, begin.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. Okay, we are on item 5. This is presentations. There's actually 3 presentations, but the first one we're going to do up front, and I'm going to ask Master Gunnery Sergeant Arthur Artie Allen, U.S. Marine Corps retired, to join us up at the front. And I'm also going to ask our county supervisor to join us as well. And I did ask Michael Cano, he's the commander for our VFW 1956, to join us. And Amanda Fisher, if you want to come, and Raven, I'd like to have you join us as well, please. All right, we have a couple of really nice framed certificate and proclamation. I'm going to give this one to Supervisor Washington. That one's coming from him. We also have one from the legislature, and so this one's Amanda's. And then, not to be outdone, Menifee has this little frumpy little paper certificate. Yes. Thank you. See, it's the thought that counts, right? I'm going to give that to you, Artie, and I'm going to grab. There's something right behind you that I printed out. This came from our folks here at our VFW 1956, and I was reading it. It was an invitation to their members to come next week to our veterans event where Artie Allen's going to be the keynote speaker. But this was really well written, and so if you don't mind, I'm going to read this. It's a little bit about Artie, and it says, Master Gunnery Sergeant, retired from U.S. Marine Corps Artie Allen III. He's a distinguished 3-year combat veteran. He served nearly 31 years in the United States Marine Corps. Enlisting in 1986, Artie's career included notable deployments in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm, Iraqi Freedom, and Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. His commitment extended beyond combat with a tour as a drill instructor at the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego. His exemplary service earned him numerous accolades, including the Legion of Merit and the Military Outstanding Volunteer Service Medal, reflecting his dedication to both country and Corps. Since retiring in 2016, Artie has become a cornerstone in veteran support within Riverside County, volunteering over 1,000 hours across 250 community events. His passion for service is evident in his role as the former chair and just about to retire from this position, chair of the Riverside County Veterans Advisory Committee. That's the reason we're doing this tonight, because we want to honor him for that. And he worked tirelessly to represent and support the county's veteran population, bridging communication among veteran service organizations and advising county leadership on veterans' needs. Right, Supervisor? We are honored to announce that Artie's going to be the keynote speaker at this year's Menifee Veterans Day event. That's next Monday at 10 a.m. It's a unique opportunity to hear firsthand from someone who's dedicated his life to service, both in uniform and as an advocate for veterans. And so I think he deserves a hand for all of that excellent work. So it was about a month ago that Raven and her team at Milvet were hosting an event over at the Fairfield Hotel, and Artie came over and said, Mayor, I just want to let you know that, he said, I see you're coming up to the finish line on your term, and I am too. And I said, you know what, we need to honor you at the city of Menifee, and I know that the county has done so, and some of the others are going to be honoring you and recognizing your excellent service. But we wanted to do it here tonight. And so how many of you are here because you heard that Artie was going to be honored? That's awesome. Well, almost everybody in the room. So on behalf of the city of Menifee, I just want to tell you how much we appreciate you. Dean Dynas and I have been to quite a few of the Veterans Advisory Committee meetings and learned so much. And you're just a great leader and somebody who just dedicates your time and your service, and it is so appreciated. I know that some of our council members want to say a few words, but before we do that, I'm going to have our county supervisor share a few words as well.
Thank you, Mayor. That's an honor. And thank you for the invitation. Really appreciate it. I want to tell a little bit of story so that you appreciate how much I appreciate this man. Back in the 70s, I started on an aviation career in the civilian realm. And out of frustration, I started talking to people about the military. And someone suggested that I consider joining the Navy to pursue my aviation career. Now, the woman I married grew up in San Diego. And so in San Diego, when she was growing up, all the civilians didn't like sailors. And so when I mentioned to her one night, we were laying in bed, that I was thinking about joining the Navy, I think she actually fell out on the floor. She got up and she went, why? And there's a point to this, because still at this point in my life, I didn't know what a Marine was, all right? Well, I joined the Navy, a degree in hand, and I entered into an aviation officer candidate school in Pensacola, and got there. And the first person I was introduced to who was wearing a uniform in the military was a Marine drill instructor. They are rude people. I'm just telling you. So this guy came down the hall banging on a trash can to get us up at 4:30 in the morning, and I went, wow, I'm leaving tomorrow. Well, the next day they cut all our hair off, and he actually laughed. We probably did look funny, and then I realized, well, now I can't leave because I can't go home looking like this, right? So we tried to outsmart him. We figured out a way to get up before this Marine drill instructor could come down the hall banging the trash can. Someone had a watch with an alarm on it. We figured that out. I lasted the 14 weeks. I learned how to make a bed so that you could bounce a quarter off of it. I learned how to fold my underwear in perfectly square 6-inch squares. I brought that home and asked my wife to help me do that when she was folding laundry. She said, okay, you know, still not too sure about this whole thing, but I trained alongside Marines, and I consider them my cousin in arms, some of the finest people I ever met, some of the most committed I have ever met. And I think the thing that I admire most about Marines is that they taught me something about what it meant to put the mission ahead of yourself, to be selfless. And now fast forward to my time here at the County Board of Supervisors, working with our Veterans Advisory Committee and asking this man here to lead that organization and watch him lead. I've never worked alongside someone more dedicated, more competent, more intelligent. Don't ask him to describe something very complicated to you, because he'll do it in never-ending detail, and it'll be way over your head. And you go, I'm sorry I asked, but that's Artie. He doesn't do anything halfway, and if you know that about Artie, you know that about him. So I'm very proud that we were able to award this proclamation to him, honoring not only his service to our country in the military, but his service to this county, and I will always call him a friend.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe before we hear from the council, let's hear from the representative for Senator Kelly Sayardo. This is Amanda Fisher.
Hello, everyone. I'm not quite sure how to follow that speech up, but on behalf of Senator Kelly Sayardo, I would like to thank you for your service to this country, and thank you for all of your hard work and dedication to the veterans in this county. We are so grateful for all of your support and everything that you've done, and I wish you nothing but relaxation during your retirement time.
All right, and so let's go ahead and have all of our guests say a few words.
Okay, here. Oh, and here's the correct one. The other one didn't have all the signatures, but this one does. So you get two. You're welcome. All right. Okay.
All right, Artie. Oh, okay. So your many years of military service are commendable and really exemplify your courage and bravery. And then you continue to get out there and give back to your community, your fellow veterans, through the Veterans Committee, MilVet, so many other groups. I mean, you are involved in just about everything. And you do it very well. I've seen you advocate for mental health, for families, Gold Star families, spouses, female veterans, reservists, and you're just tireless about it, and you're amazing. So we want to thank you for that. I have so much respect for you, and honored to call you friend. So. I don't have another certificate today. I think I gave you one a couple weeks ago, but Team MilVet wants to provide a few meals for you and your wife for the Gambling Cowboys, so you guys can go and enjoy yourselves. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, my turn, huh? Artie, I don't know what to say. I've been knowing you for quite some time now. It's really a privilege to see you in your uniform. I never got to wear my blues. Other than being in boot camp, I got my blues there. And then after that, people spit on me, and I decided not to do that. But to see you in your uniform with all those medals, you know, that you achieved during your term of what, 31 years? That's excellent. I'm jealous. That was good. I really appreciate it. Good luck in the future. Listen, you need to retire. It's time to hang up the boots and just say, hey, this is enough. So take the wife out for dinners and have fun. I see you everywhere, from the cemetery to, I've seen you everywhere. So I'm glad to call you my brother. Thank you.
Artie, God bless you. Thank you for all your service to our country, to the county, and we're very proud that you're a Menifee resident. You live in Heritage Lakes, right? Yes. Yeah. We're very proud that you're one of us. After all your service, know that you're still a friend to all of us. You're a friend to the city. I remember the first time I met you, you were so gracious with your time, and I had some questions for you, and you kept going and going, and I was like, all right, like there was like a water hose, like, woo. But thank you for your time to the city, all the knowledge you've shared, and I hope you enjoyed the beach. I hope I see you there next time, okay?
You know, we've crossed paths many times, and I would say that a military career of such honor and distinction is about as peak American achievement as you can get. But you've taken it one level further by turning and reaching down from the peak and reaching down those who are struggling and need your help and bring them up to the peak with you. And reaching back and helping those others is what you've done is just next level American and next level human. And we're just so thrilled to have you in our universe, and we're so thrilled to have you come in and honoring our veterans for us and inspiring the rest of us with your bravery, your courage, your dedication, and your honor. Thank you so much.
Our veterans here will understand it, but I don't know if our civilians here will understand what an E9 is. That's as high as you can get. In the Army, it was Command Sergeant Major. And when E9 walked in, your knees would buckle. What did I do wrong? Even though he wasn't there to see you, and you know, even officers, their knees would start shaking. But I want to say, you know, and you don't get to E9 just by showing up every day for 31 years. You do it by hard work and sacrifice, working hard to get to that rank. And not only did he do that, but his family served right next to him. And I thank you for doing that, because it takes a lot of sacrifice to get there. Mm-hmm. And when I had the opportunity to choose this year's theme, I said, Hometown of Heroes. And this man right here is one of the first things I thought of when I came up with that theme, because no one sacrificed more for our veterans in our community than Artie has. And I am so proud that he's the District 4 resident and a neighbor. We both live in Heritage Lake, and you'll be sorely missed in the veteran community, but I got a feeling you're not going to be gone. You'd be sliding in there when, you know, little by little. It's not in your nature to do that. So, but you've done a lot for the veteran community. You've done a lot for Menifee, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much.
Wow, aren't those just such beautiful words everybody has said? I remember the first time I met you, Artie, you wanted to know about the military banner program. And you have a beautiful banner up that we can drive by on Menifee Road over by Heritage Lakes, and we can look at that hero every single day. Our children can look at that hero every single day. And Mayor Pro Tem Dinas kind of stole what I was going to talk about was a hometown hero, that we're blessed in the city of Menifee to have you as a resident, to be one of our military and veteran hometown heroes. Thank you for all of your service.
I think we do want to hear a little something from Artie, so the floor is yours, sir.
I'm not going to use the microphone now. I'm glad those memories still resonate from a drill instructor. Thank you, everybody, for supporting me and coming out. You know, I try to be humble because, you know, my mission is to, you know, participate in my community and of course, to serve the Marine Corps and the country for, you know, for over 3 decades. And, you know, it's just an extraordinary life I have everything to be thankful for, especially serving in 3 wars. It's nice to wake up every day, have 10 fingers, 10 toes, and yeah, and then everything else is better from there. Trust me. But that doesn't come without some challenges. So anytime I'm in public, I'm not ashamed to advocate for those who may not want to talk about it so much. I'm not exactly whole. I have mental health issues, some nightmares, combat nightmares, and that kind of thing. Being treated very well at the VA, Loma Linda. I have rheumatoid arthritis for 20 years now. I go to the VA Cancer Center every 4 weeks to get infusions. But I don't wear that on my sleeves. I go out and nobody would know, that all that is occurring because everybody has a bad day here or there. But I turn the even not so good days into a great day because I'm here in my forever home, Menifee. We retired September of 2016, and we chose Menifee as our forever home. Bought a new home in Heritage Lake, and and I decided to get right back in the grind in a different way and do veteran advocacy and all that. I was looking forward to that. And but one thing that wasn't that I kind of maybe touched on, but wasn't mentioned very loudly is I'm really, really proud of my opportunity to serve our youth. Right? It's just important. I'm gonna put her on the spot. Come on up here, sweetheart. Come on up here. No, because I want to give you a visual. That's all. This is my cousin Michaela, and that's her parents over there, Bryson and Sharon. And so I just want to give you a visual of how much passion I have for the youth. So I've had extraordinary opportunities to speak at every level of school, from K through doctorate students. I just did over at UCR and UC San Marcos as well. Been invited out several times for doctorate program students learning about American wars and so forth. And I was just at Pala Reservation a few days ago for a veteran program. They asked me to come out to and learn a lot about the Pala Band of Indians and their reservation and everything. So it's just so great to participate in making sure our youth understand. They are much more informed and gain so much more respect for those of us who serve our community, serve our country, not just those of us who serve in the military, but everybody that participates in our democratic process and everything. And it's just really, really important for them to appreciate that. And Michaela has invited me to her school right here in Menifee on several occasions in my retired time, past the military, and I appreciate that. Appreciate you so much for giving me the opportunity to do that. So give it up for our youth. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you again.
All right, one more time for Artie Allen. We're going to take a photo together, so if we can try and squeeze together as much as we can, and then we're going to have the family members join us as well for a second picture. Yeah, that's a good idea. Right? Rub it in. Rub it in. Yeah, we did that with our taxpayers in mind to be, fiscally conservative. We'll do one without you guys, and then we'll have you join us. All right. Family members and others who want to come and join us. Yeah, how about up in the middle? Yeah. Yeah, you guys are staying, we'll be behind you. And Artie, step forward with the family. There you go. All right, thank you so much for your years of service. One more announcement. I'll say it again. Next Monday at 10 a.m. at Hidden Hills Park is going to be our veterans event and ceremony, and Artie's going to be our keynote speaker. So looking forward to that. Come on out and join us. All right, thank you. We're going to go back behind the dais. It's nice to see so many military personnel and retired and folks from our VFW here to support someone as awesome as Artie. So thank you all for joining us. All right, we are going to move on our agenda to our second presentation item, and this one is item 5.2. It's a property tax finder application demo, and I see that we have our Chief Financial Officer, Travis Hickey. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to introduce the council and the community to one of our newest tools available to our homeowners to get a more in-depth look at their property taxes that they pay. And so with that, we have our special tax consultant with the Spicer Consulting Group, Mr. Shane Spicer, to introduce our item.
All right, welcome, Mr. Spicer.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. It's a pleasure to be here to present the latest tool available to the community, the Stax Property Finder application. Just to give a little bit of a background, and then Jonathan Shorts here is going to do the main presentation. Just want to quickly introduce Jonathan Short is my number one retired Marine. I think that's appropriate. And he's our main brains behind ensuring the accuracy level of everything that's in this application and wiring everything together with our development team. And also joining us is Christina Ramirez, who is our lead analyst, raise your hand, who works on behalf of the city and does the day-to-day activities for the city. So. Real quickly, SCG, I personally have been working with the city since incorporation 2008 in some capacity. In 2016, I started Spicer Consulting and then began working with the city as the city's special tax consultant, handling the special district administration activities for the city. This is an important task with such a growing community as the city of Menifee. We have seen tremendous growth and as such have provided fiscally responsible support to ensure that the new development is supported with the proper level of services that are provided by the city as well as the infrastructure need. Since 2017, the city has increased the number of special districts by 61, and in this most recent fiscal year, we've levied 107 special districts in the city, almost 46,000 parcels for nearly $14 million. It's a lot of activity with the special districts being managed by the city. We feel that this was important to incorporate a property tax finder application to help bridge the communication to the community that's already being provided by the city through the city's very informative website, but also to provide that access to in an easy, usable way for the community. We've formed this application utilizing a web-based design, and we've seen it well received with all levels of users. This does, as I mentioned, align with the city's transparency by clearly detailing the special taxes related to these properties. It's easily accessible through the city's website. There's a link. There's the URL line up there as well, and we do have a QR code that would be available to be able to be published and allowed for the community access through a mobile device, a phone, or a web application. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan to go ahead and step us through quickly on how this application works.
So like Shane mentioned, this application is already hosted onto the city's website. If you go on ahead and scroll down on the main page, you can see right here off to the left-hand side, they've already included the property finder application. By clicking on this application, by clicking on the application, it's going to go ahead and take you to the property finder app. Here's where you would go ahead and type in the city of Menifee. You can click on the city of Menifee, and it's going to take you to the home page for the city. Here's, in this area, you'll be able to search your property either by your home address or by your APN, whatever's easiest. Not everybody knows what their APN is, so sometimes it's easier to do by address. While you're typing this in, our application auto-populates the information as it goes through. So you go ahead and click on the parcel that you're looking for, and it takes you into the main screen. So this is looking at the property that I typed in that's inside of the city of Menifee. This is 32895 Forgecroft Street, Menifee, which all can be found up here. And for those, for the persons that don't know what their PIN is or the APN through the county of Riverside, we also list that here off to the side just so they can have it. In case they wanted to go to the county of Riverside's website, they'd be able to have that available to them. Right down below is the special tax info that the city of Menifee maintains. And so you'll notice that you'll have these in this parcel. There's two districts that the city administers. There's the 17-1 Zone 6, and then the CFD 2021-2. It gives you not only the tax year that is being shown. So right now it's always going to give you the most current tax year. So right now we're in the 24-25 fiscal year. It's going to show the district function. So this one's a maintenance services, or this is a facilities. The special tax amount that was placed on the property tax bill. The district maturity, which is one of the biggest questions that we get on a daily basis from constituents. And then obviously the agency. Down below, it gives you a parcel map of where this parcel is located within the city of Menifee, and some additional information from the county about the parcel. Usually people want to know a little bit more information about the district that they're being taxed for and what it pays for, and that's where we can go ahead and you can click on these district names. When you click on it, it goes into a district page. On here, it's going to show you off to the right-hand side a district map. This is the boundary of that district, and then off to the left, some additional information about that district. In this case, that it's a maintenance service district. It has an escalator, what that escalator is. And also the city has gone ahead and provided some additional information with reports that state what these functions are. And you can go on ahead, you can click on download report. The report will populate in your downloads. You can open it up. And there's this nice page right here that talks about Sumac Ridge, 17-1 Zone 6, and all the maintenance and service areas that are being provided by that district. The other nice part about this is that not only does this show what is administered by the city, but what is also getting you straight to your tax bill if you had more questions about your tax bill. So up here, there's a couple of buttons. Two of these buttons go back to the city's webpage because the city's webpage is very informative. It has lots of material on it. Talks about the CFDs or different districts that are in there. It also goes into all the annual reports that are on the city's webpage and gives us direct access to that. And then also the county tax bill. So if you clicked on this button, it's going to take you automatically to the county Riverside's webpage. It's going to automatically put in the parcel number for you, so then you can go straight to that parcel. The person doesn't have to know what the parcel is or the address and go and search for it. It automatically takes you to that parcel, and you can click into viewing the data. After you click on it, it'll go into the property tax bill if you haven't been on this page. You can see here, this is the property tax bill. You can view the bill detail, and you can see all the line items that are on that property tax bill. And then, like I said, this also has city information in it. So quick city information takes you back to the city's webpage, and then also the reports that are for each one of these districts on the city's website. And that concludes our presentation. You guys have any questions?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Short. Council members, do we have any questions or comments? Go ahead.
Just a comment. This was presented to us at the Finance Subcommittee, and we thought they did a great job, and we asked them to bring that forward to share with the whole council, so we're glad you did. We hope that this will help our residents understand a little bit more about where their property taxes are going, and some of them realize it's not all going to Menifee. that is going other places as well. So thank you for this and for creating it. We hope that our residents will be able to use it and it will be a benefit to them.
Any other comments and questions, council members? All right, and I agree with everything our council member just said, and I also think that some of our realtors are going to appreciate having this because they get asked by potential buyers, okay, I want to know, what am I going to be paying? So.
Absolutely, and with the amount of growth that's going on in the city, that changes annually or changes very frequently. So we have had where another agency has, a realtor is taken on the road show and be able to show, other realtors where this information is, because oftentimes it's not as clear as one might think. And so with our experience in handling these property owner calls and hearing from the constituents directly, we know that this is very useful and very helpful and hopefully easy to use. And that's the key for us, to make sure everybody has an enjoyable experience with it. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Spicer. Thank you, Mr. Short. We appreciate the good demonstration.
Thank you.
All right, council members, we're going to move on to our next item. This is our Police Department Quarterly Report, and I'm going to ask our Chief, Chris Carr, if he would come join us. Welcome, sir.
Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm here to give you the quarterly update for third quarter. And we'll start off with our calls for service. As you can see, 3% increase year-to-date over last year. Still tracking with slight increases. Top 5 calls for service: welfare checks, follow-ups, public assist. Most of that's all proactive enforcement from the officers. And then our responses to alarms and suspicious persons. And 2024, this is our alarm call for service. You can see here, out of a little over 1,000, we had 7 that were actual true alarms up to the third quarter. I don't know what happened there. And then here we go, Group A crimes. What we're actually seeing overall is a 5% increase or decrease in our crimes. Property was up 16%, but persons in society were down by 9%. Oh, I'm sorry, other way around. It was a 5% increase in crimes against persons and society with a 16% reduction in property. I apologize. I was looking at the green indicator. And then here we go, the top 5 crimes. This is year to date. So we have our simple assaults, drug and narcotics, which is your crimes against society, aggravated assaults, motor vehicle theft. I want to highlight there, we're trending downward year after year. This one shows a 31% decrease since the same time comparison in 2022. And then vandalism of property. And again, we're seeing decreases there as well. Our current cases, this is just to show crime trends as far as what we're reporting out year after year. And currently we're about 2 or 3% less than what we reported last year. Still tracking about 4,100, almost 4,200 cases this year. So it's still staying about average on our annual reports that we're taking in. And then our arrestees by age group. We are still seeing the 30 to 49-year-olds are 50% of our concern. But we did have 449 total arrests, and 8% of those you're showing 2 or more. This is multiple offenses or people that we've, during this period of time, arrested multiple times. And then we get into our code enforcement activity and enforcement here. 42% illegal sign removal, administrative citations, trying to get compliance, illegal vendors being in contact. You can see about 2% of our active cases. And here we've opened 754 cases, and then we've closed 391 during this period. HOPE, so this is our homeless outreach team. As you can see here, we're trying to show everybody all the resources wrap around for our homeless community and the services we're trying to get them. One of the things I wanted to highlight is you can see how many times we repeat contact people, 378 repeat contacts. But I want to point out, we're still getting 21 of those people into transitional housing and then 11 that they self-resolved. So we were able to assist them with transportation back home, reunification with family, or just getting them off the street as they realized it wasn't for them. It takes all those repeat contacts to get that 3% of activity. But this is what they do day in, day out. And we've seen the improvements in Cherry Hills as we're just repeatedly making this contact and offering these services. So we're seeing a bunch of positive movement from there. Our CBAT team, this is our behavioral health clinician that rides around with our officer, follows up on mental health issues. Again, during this quarter, repeat contacts 12. So this is your follow-up. This is your person was in crisis, and we revisited them to make sure they were getting the help they needed. We're still averaging about 40 minutes per call on these, so they're investing quite a bit of time. And then some of the activities during the quarter, our officers joined a bunch of kids out at the water park features, had a good time cooling down. National Night Out was a big hit. Canine demonstrations, the dunk tank. I will say I will be doing that again. That was great. It was such a hot day. It was great to cool down in that thing. Independence Day celebration, Starbucks, our Coffee with a Cop. This was a partnership with Starbucks inside the Target Center. Target was really grateful to have us there and just great partner for us. Tip a Cop, Texas Roadhouse, they're a great supporter of us, and that's our Special Olympics outreach. So we appreciate their commitment. We run about 2 events a year with them. And then just throughout the community, some of our DUI checkpoints. We had the First Responder Appreciation Night at Paloma Valley High School during their football game, and then a couple other just Special Olympic and days out with the kids. During this period, we were able to make 2 promotions. So we promoted Eileen Lopez to our senior records technician, and then Corey Cox is our newest patrol lieutenant. So we're glad to see these things and the evolution of our department and continued growth. Upcoming events, Cookie with a Cop. This will be at Crumble Cookie, December 5th, 5:30 p.m. Again, another continued sponsor of ours. Shop with a Cop is a partnership with our Menifee Police Foundation and Target. So this will be a great event. We're sponsoring about 15 kids to go take them shopping with our law enforcement officers. It'll be awesome. We'll host a little breakfast with them. And then we'll be joining the city at the Christmas tree lighting and holiday bazaar. And with that, I will ask any questions.
All right, Chief Carr, thank you for your quarterly report. Council members, any feedback, thoughts, questions? Go ahead.
Hey, Chief, thank you for all your hard work you're doing out there. Hey, I think I saw a couple updates lately, and I might be wrong, but has the department started the traffic informational sessions with the high schools and safe driving and all that?
Oh, yes, sir. So we are running a teen driving safety program at the high schools, as well as DUI awareness. Impressively enough, it was something I was going to highlight next quarter, but we did receive our Sydney vehicle. And what this is a simulated impaired driving simulator. It's a go-kart that we get to remote control. And so we'll be introducing that to the high school students and putting them through some obstacle courses and showing them what the problems are with distracted driving. So you'll see some more information come forward with that.
Thank you so much.
Chief Carr, some of us have been getting some messages from our residents regarding e-bikes and a lot of teenagers on them. And I know some of the cities around us have been passing ordinances to give their officers a little bit more ability to make sure they're wearing helmets and following laws. Do you have a plan in place as that becomes an issue here?
Yes, sir. That is actually actively being worked on with our traffic unit. We are assessing what the area cities are doing. We like what we're seeing, so we will be bringing something forward. We're also partnering with the Menifee Union School District, as one of our neighbors implemented like a child safety training to allow the children to ride the e-bikes to school. So if they don't go through our certification, they may not be allowed to even ride them to school. So we're working towards safety programs.
Glad to hear that. Thank you. Council
Absolutely.
members, anything else? All right, Chief, thank you so much. We appreciate your report.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on our agenda. Item 6, this is agenda approval or modifications. Madam Clerk, do we have any modifications to tonight's agenda?
No modifications.
All right, council members, all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, our agenda is approved unanimously. We're on item 7. This is public comments on non-agenda items. Do we have any speakers? We do. So I'm going to just read this real quick. This is the time for members of the public to address the council about items that are not listed on the agenda. The Brown Act limits the council's ability to respond to comments or answer questions on non-agendized matters at the time those comments are made. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes on any single item. Madam Clerk, would you please call the first speaker?
John Pruitt, followed by Ed Samuelson.
All right, welcome, Mr. Pruitt.
Thank you. I got a cramp. I'm glad I didn't leave. Good evening. I just want to make this brief. Congratulations, Lisa and Dan. You are facing a opportunity and a new challenge in the new positions. Lisa, I know it's a little tight, but I think you're good. Bob, I'm just going to say congratulations. You have an opportunity to continue serving the people of this community, and you're doing a great job. Ricky, you're a little lightweight, and I don't mean to be mean. I'm telling you, you need to step up your game in being a councilman. Think of this date, November the 25th. November 2025 is what I want to say. Because I'm going to keep tabs on you. And if I don't think you've reached the level of what this community deserves as a city council person, I'm running for the seat that you have. I can do a better job. I've been on a public entity before and made great accomplishments. I also will keep tabs on my colleagues. If you don't do right, I'm a law and order guy. You got to do it straight. You got to be fair, and you got to do it right. I turned in one of my colleagues. He served time in prison, and he cannot run for a position in the state of California. You got to step up your game, okay? By the way, folks, when I saw that stacks thing on the property, I got excited. I thought we were going to hear a little Otis Redding, Isaac Hayes. I was born and raised in Memphis, so I know a lot of those people. The Barkays. I got excited, but it was different stacks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Ed Samuelson, followed by Sharon Morris.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Samuelson. Is Ed here? Oh, there he is.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Ed Samuelson. I've lived in Menifee for 36 years, seen this area evolve from unincorporated into the city that we are now, great city. I have something for Mr. Estrada. I've been listening to you now since we passed Measure DD. You've been against it from the beginning. You reiterated that fact during the forum that Menifee 24/7 held. You said we could do away with it and replace it with the wasteful spending that our city council has been approving. However, you've never identified anything, not one piece of evidence. So, next meeting, what I expect from you is a detailed list of each wasteful spending item. How much is it? What's it total? How's it compare to what DD gets us? And how are you going to propose to sustain it in future budget years? We look forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Samuelson. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Sharon Morris, followed by Michael Knighton.
All right, welcome, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I'm here from a local nonprofit from Riverside County called Voices for Children. We have a memorandum of understanding with the Superior Court of Riverside County to recruit, train, and support very special community members who volunteer to be assigned to a child in foster care. As of today, there are 5,900 children in foster care in Riverside County. Last fiscal year, we served 586 of them with a volunteer advocate who got to know that child and speak for them in court, in school, and in homes to make sure that they didn't fall through the cracks and that they thrived instead of just existing in foster care. And I wanted to tell you this evening about one of them who was removed from her home here in Menifee. She was 14 years old and earlier this year was found wandering alone. She was in clothes that had not been changed in a very long time, and she was dirty and smelly. Her parents were not in her life, and she was living with other relatives. She did not know how to use a toilet, and after her first shower in foster care, she shook as a dog might. The court assigned her a CASA so that the court would have a broad perspective about her life and a report on all the resources that she would need. The court also assigned the CASA as her educational rights holder so that someone could make sure that she was getting all the services that she needed in school. She's just now, at 14 years old, learning her colors. The first time her CASA met her, she was so happy to hear that there was someone to visit who was just for her and who would stay with her on this new journey. This young lady has a long road ahead of her, but with a CASA volunteer in her corner and by her side, it will be less scary. I'm here really just to ask for help from all of you with recruiting more volunteers from the city of Menifee to stand up and advocate for these children. And because right now there are so many gentlemen in the room, I'm going to appeal to all of you. There's a lot of young boys and young men in care who need somebody to stand next to them and advocate for them. I look forward to talking to all of you in the future about how we can do that. Thank you so very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Morris. We appreciate you coming and sharing.
Michael Knighton.
Council, Mr. Mayor, I got some sad news. A week after our last meeting here, I stumbled across and I found out that Miss Albia Miller passed away. And I'm asking you if you can just close out tonight's meeting in her memory. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
No other speakers.
All right, thank you. So council members, we're going to move on. We're on item 8 now. This is council member updates and comments. It's been a month since we've met, so it might have quite a few items, but we'll start with Councilman Carwin.
Yeah, it has been a while. I sent a list to our clerk, hopefully that it would help her get through some of it, but I realized, as always, I missed a couple of things, so they'll be on there. And before I do this, look, can I just say, look, we've had a really contentious campaign period. One of the things that I hear consistently when I meet with officials from other cities or development agencies or anybody else who comes to Menifee and watches our city council meetings is just how well our council works together. And we've worked really, really hard to get to this point from where we started. And election seasons bring out a lot of the most contentious and worst in people. And I'm hoping that nobody here stands against us in moving forward in operating the city. So allow us to do our jobs, and you know, everybody's entitled to their opinions, and you can say whatever you want at the podium. That's fine. I just remember what Menifee is and what we've become, and what we strive to be in the future. That's all I'm going to say. As far as what I've done over the last 8 months, how long has it been? I attended. This was really cool. I attended the Southwest Riverside County Association of Realtors Joint Law Enforcement Roundtable with Ken Calvert, Daryl Issa, and second in command at the DA's office, John Aki, and they told us about some of the propositions that were on and some of the law enforcement tactics that they were doing that will help law enforcement officers do their thing and help us keep us safer. That was great, and Dan Temple was there too. I went to the Senior Health Fair at Webb Hall. I know Councilmember Sobek was there. Mayor, I think you were there as well. This was fun. The Sun Meadows Chili Cook-Off with the mayor and Councilmember Sobek. Bill Seaton won that. Always wonderful that he hosts us over there. the E.L. Peterson Dog Park expansion, Bark at the Park. Councilmember Estrada and I were both there for that. I attended with Councilmember Dinas the site selectors luncheon over at Menifee Lakes, where we got to meet a bunch of folks. And that's part of what I was referencing, the feedback we got from them. One of the interesting things, by the way, I will tell everybody, and I'm just bragging right now, that people who are looking to build in Menifee, who come from all over the place, one of the first things they said to us was they cannot believe how good the condition of our roads are. And so I want everybody who's watching out there to know that people who come in here are telling us how great our roads are because they go to other places and they see the roads there. So we're still working on it, but other people are impressed. This is not me saying it. This is other people saying it. I went to the Murrieta Chamber of Commerce Economic Outlook Forum, which was actually held here in Menifee at the Fairfield Inn. I was really impressed that the Menifee Chamber of Commerce's best meeting room was here in Menifee at the Fairfield Inn. I hope they continue to recognize that. There was a little forum on AI's use in business. That was great. Attended the Menifee 24/7 20th anniversary celebration. Congratulations to Menifee 24/7 on 20 years. I know the mayor and Councilmember Sobek were there as well. I went to the Dia de los Muertos celebration and mass at the Miller Jones Mortuary. I was just blown away by the attendance there. It was just packed with color, and I learned a lot about marigolds, and attended the mass, and mariachis were there, and Ballet Folklorica performed, and that was just a wonderful celebration. I was there at the final Foodie Friday of the year. The mayor and Lisa Sobek were there as well. I attended the Rotary Foundation District Gala, where I served as the host and MC because I'm too cheap to buy a ticket. Yesterday, or Monday rather, I was at the WRCOG meeting, Executive Committee meeting. Nothing Menifee specific to report, but two interesting things that were approved there. One of them was a reimbursement program to Wildemar for the planning phase of the Bundy Canyon and I-15 interchange improvement. People are asking, when is that corridor going to start to get built? Well, design funds are starting to get put in. And also a contract amendment for realignment of SR 79, starting at Simpson and going all the way down through, which will affect traffic going through Winchester and will help divert some of the traffic away from Menifee a little bit. There's a major realignment happening there. And then just yesterday, which was Election Day in the morning, the mayor and I were at the Cherry Hills Plaza Crime Prevention Forum that was put on by our chief of police, and he reported out on a lot of the results of our homeless tactics, and the numbers have been dropping, our services have been taken advantage of, and our team was just doing an amazing, amazing job. So, and all of the business owners from Cherry Hills Plaza who attended consistently commented that since our last meeting in August, they have noticed a drop in homeless population in the area and higher enforcement from police. So I commend Chief Carr and his team on that, and I think that's all I've got.
All right, very good.
I could go
report.
around again if anybody missed anything.
I'll remind you of a few things. All right, next up, Councilman Estrada.
Thank you. So on October 5th, I attended the Faith in Blue event that we had to help out our police officers, and stopped by the North Annex building. And man, I really wish we had a little bit more participation there at the North Annex building. We had so many resources there for our veterans. Now, I got there a little bit late, so maybe I missed the wave, but I think we offer so many things to help our veterans, and I'd like to see a little bit bigger push in attendance for that, but just something to keep in mind. On the 11th, I went to the E.L. Peterson Dog Park. We expanded the dog park. I saw Councilman Carwin there, and he had his two lovely pups there, and we had a great time. They expanded it. They added a new water fountain and added some agility. So if you guys have a chance, go down Marietta Road and look at the new expansions there. On the 18th, I voted at the Cal Cities Conference. One thing to note, we didn't have a quorum. And so what ends up happening is when there was no quorum, the board of directors said the vote turns into a recommendation to be sent up to the directors for adoption. So that's where we are with the Cal Cities. I voted in favor of the direction of the council to approve it. On the 19th, I went to the Fall Festival. Great turnout there. On the 22nd, Holland Road Overpass. I am never going down Newport ever again. I have no reason to now, but that's doing well. On the 24th, went to the State of the City. And on the 26th, I went to the Crack Boba grand opening. They're a new boba business down Marietta Road. Please go support them. And that's all I got.
Good report. Member Sobek is next.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening, everyone. As it's been said, we haven't met for a while, so there's a lot to report out. I attended the Canyon Lake State of the City with Mayor Dale Welty. He did a great job. I attended the ribbon cutting for Rosoni's Italian Food. So we have a new little eatery in town over by the Bel Air Plaza on the east side of the freeway out by Encanto. I attended that Faith in Blue that was mentioned, and there was a lot of people there. It was packed full. What a great event that Faith in Blue chose to partner with Calvet, or not Calvet, I always say Calvet, Milvet. And as you can see, a lot of military men and women who had signed up for certain things for their packages. We all got to pack those packages, write little special notes, and those are going overseas and going to the military men and women who requested them. It was a great event, and also they partnered with, as the faith part of it, with Menifee Menifee Interfaith and Community Service Council, so thank you to them for that. My October Riverside Conservation Agency, I have a report out for the last 2 meetings, so I've attended it in October and November since we met. In 20 years, we have not, in Riverside County, added one endangered species to the endangered species list. Now we've got a situation with the Crotchy's bumblebee, and we're waiting for the Fish and Wildlife game to make a stance on that. That could affect some of the building in Riverside County. So we're taking the steps to do some preliminary research to see where it's at on the RCA properties so we can have that research available so it doesn't hold up the building in Riverside County. I attended the Sun City Civic Association Health Fair. I attended the chili cook-off. In fact, if you want to remind Bill, he owes me that recipe for that winning chili. It was absolutely delicious. I attended the VFW, made a presentation about our military banner program that we have in the city, and they meet on the second Saturday at MSJC for any of the, I don't know if any military people are here, or veterans. Some of you are here, but they meet there. They have a wonderful group. You might want to consider that if you want to belong to the VFW 1956. I attended the Case and Acero Senior Health Fair, the Fall Festival, and I just want to say thank you to our city and our community service department. There was just hundreds and hundreds of people there, and what I like is that they are planning with a purpose. And so the Kids Zone, with October being Domestic Violence Awareness Month, anyone could donate a monetary donation in place of getting a ticket to go to the fun zone or bring a toiletry item. And it went to our local ADV shelter. So that was great. I want to share a couple pictures on the Holland Road overpass ribbon cutting. This was a big day in the city of Menifee. This was long time coming, a $35 million project. I want to thank Carlos Geronimo again, Nick Fiddler, our whole engineering public works team, Riverside Construction, the cruisers, Sun City Cruisers, for coming out and giving us the first ceremonial ride over the bridge, and the NJROTC from Paloma Valley High School. They put on an amazing presentation for everybody there. And then our fire department, CAL FIRE, along with the city of Paris, who hung that beautiful flag on the bridge. So I hope everybody's using it. I hope it's helping you in your travels over from one side of Menifee to the other, and it's saving you time. Menifee Chamber, I attended their midday mixer at the RV Supercenter. I attended the State of the County, where we heard earlier today from Supervisor Chuck Washington. He told us all kinds of things that are happening throughout the county, and our staff was there, along with a couple of us council members. I'll let them report out. So it was great information to receive. I think the information we received from that helps us locally here in our city make some connections and make some better decisions. So that was great to attend. I I attended the Menifee Rotary Club meeting where they recognized as well October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and presented a check and donation gift cards to our local shelter. I attended the Menifee State of the City and State of the City and Taste of Menifee. And I just want to say thank you to the mayor for a wonderful presentation, for Mayor Pro Tem for picking the theme, Hometown of Heroes. And I want you to know that I have already been looking around the city as I meet people, and I'm hearing wonderful things, and I'm just putting that on social media, telling them that they're a hometown hero, the little things that they're doing. So we have a lot of these unsung heroes in our city. So thank you for that beautiful, beautiful presentation. The flag, I don't know who got that flag that filled up that half of that football field, but it was beautiful. Thank you to all the volunteers who helped with that. I attended the grand opening and ribbon cutting of Crack Boba. As mentioned, I was invited to participate in the Chick-fil-A Trunk or Treat. They learned that in Menifee, anything you do, you better plan big, because they ran out of candy in 25 minutes and they had to go make 2 trips for more candy. Team Menifee Fall Employees Luncheon, attended that. Menifee 24/7, I did choose to highlight this one tonight with some pictures for Doug and Kristen Spoon, who have been a voice for Menifee, congratulating them on the 20 years of this news resource that we have in our city. And I just want to say that it was a pleasure to be there. They had Rocky, a comedian, there that I had never met before. He did a great job being a comedian, and we were laughing hard. So congratulations, Menifee 24/7. I attended the Day of the Dead, and again, the RCA board meeting. I already talked about the Bumblebee. I attended this morning the Freedom Crest Elementary Veterans Day program. And I just want to this is one of our hometown heroes. I want to recognize Mrs. Root. She's a teacher there. She has been doing this for over 18 years, recognizing veterans at Freedom Crest Elementary, and along with the other teachers and the students. It just warms your heart, and they put on a fabulous presentation honoring our veterans. And so many were there in attendance. It was just a great, great event this morning. Yesterday morning, I attended the Menifee Interfaith Council. I just want to let you know this is coming into their busy season. They are planning a free Thanksgiving meal for anyone in the city of Menifee, anyone that you know that will be alone. For any family who's having difficulties, they can sign up for their free Thanksgiving meal that actually happens on Thanksgiving Day. They can do that through the Community Service Department. There's 2 meals planned. And I think that's all I have.
You've been busy.
Yes.
All right. Good report. Mayor Pro Tem Dinas is next.
I'm tired of listening already, so I'm going to skip all the stuff that's already been mentioned and go straight to the other stuff here. On the 22nd, the mayor and I met with Assemblymember Saley on our annual visit to inform him and update him on what's happening here in Menifee. The 23rd, I attended the RTA Now meeting. While there, just as a little public service announcement, they have an app called SoCal 511. It shows you all the traffic that's going on through Southern California and on the freeway and everything in real time. So sometimes it helps if you think you're going to travel, you think you're going to get up to Riverside real quick, you check that little app and you realize probably not. On the 24th, I attended RTA board meeting and then the State of the City, the State of the County as well. And then on the 28th, as Councilmember Carwin said, I attended the FAM tour for those who came out looking at to invest in Menifee. And yes, he did. That was nice to hear that they thought our roads were really clean and really good. And then finally today, I attended the RTA Administrative and Operations Committee meeting. That's it.
All right, very good. Thank you. I'm going to try to go quick here on, this is since our last meeting on October 2nd. Thursday, October 3rd, I attended a workforce strategy forum that was held at MSJC's Temecula campus. And there was a lot of Southwest County city reps and economic development folks, and Kayla joined me at that one. Councilmember Sobek and I attended Canyon Lake State of the City, and Dale Welty did a great job. On Friday the 4th, there was a ribbon cut at Rasoy Indian Restaurant over there in Bel Air Plaza in Sun City. And then later that night was our Foodie Friday, and I attended that. And Saturday the 5th was a busy day. Dog Days was held over at Aldergate Park that Valleywide put on, and I want to thank them for hosting that for our residents. And then I went over to our Clean Air Day Expo at MSJC. Followed by joining all my council members at the Faith and Blue event at Case Inaceros Community Center, and it was great to have Milvet's partnership on that. And then later that evening, on behalf of the city, I presented a city certificate at Eagle Ridge Church's 30th anniversary event over at Fairfield Inn. On Monday the 7th, there was a chamber mixer at Tacos and Tequila. On Tuesday the 8th, I represented the city at Paris Union High School District Student of the Month over in Paris. I'll just mention those names real quick. From Heritage High School, Riley Mad Lang Bayan, and then from Paloma was Evan Jackson. He was one of those ROTC cadets. And from Paris Lake was Nia Salazar, and then you might recognize this name from Liberty High School. Her name is Haley Kitzero. And then from Paris High School was Angela Martinez. So it's always great to go there and give support to those high school students that are good achievers. And then later there was a community partners meeting held over at the Menifee Library I attended. On Wednesday the 9th was RCTC Commission that I attended in Riverside. And then there was a senior health fair over at Webb Hall, and I know some of my council members joined me there, Councilman Carwin and Sobek. And then on Thursday, the 10th, there was a Rotary Club meeting, and then I joined Councilmember Sobek and Carwin as a judge at the Sun Meadows Chili Cook-Off. On Friday the 11th, the Oasis held kind of a special mayor send-off evening where we did some karaoke, and I think Councilmember Sobek joined me at that one. That was kind of fun. Thank you, Oasis. You guys are a great community. On Tuesday the 15th, there was a chamber wake-up and was hosted over at Texas Roadhouse. And then our Congressman Ken Calvert hosted a senior resource fair over at Case Inaceros that our council members joined me at. On Friday the 18th, Sally Busselt Elementary School, that's our new school over on the east side of the city, held their Hispanic Heritage Month, and I got to go and judge their art contest and give a lot of encouragement to the students there. On Saturday the 19th, there was the city's Fall Festival, and I want to thank MSJC for hosting and also our Sun City Cruisers for participating with us in their trunk or treat. That was kind of fun, and I know Councilman Dynas and Sobek were at that one. On Tuesday the 22nd, we had a ribbon cutting for our Holland Road overcrossing, and have you guys noticed like Newport Road seems to be a little less crowded a little bit? I think people are using Holland, and it's taken some pressure off. All 5 council members were there, and that was great to have us all together. Our Mayor Pro Tem Dynas and I and our city manager and his staff met with Assemblyman Asali, and it was good to not only share with him some of the things that are happening in our city, but we were able to talk to him about the frustrations with some of the housing laws and the local control and a lot of those things, and he was in full agreement, so hopefully it didn't fall on deaf ears. All right, on Wednesday the 23rd, there was a meeting with Sun City Cruisers. They were planning their events, and I was helping them with that. On Thursday the 24th, I attended the State of the County. It was at Pechanga. It was well done. Chair Washington just did a really good job flying in an air balloon and visiting the various districts that he's in. Very clever. We held our own State of the City that same night. It's our 16th annual, and also well done. And I'm glad that you mentioned the giant flag and the scouts and all of those volunteers who helped wave that flag. I saw a lot of veterans and a lot of really good community leaders doing that. The videos were well done. I want to thank the college for hosting and letting us use their stadium again. On Saturday the 26th, there was a ribbon cutting at Crack Boba. Councilmember Estrada and Sobek also joined that, and we wanted to welcome them. Seemed like guys with a lot of energy. And then that evening, Councilmember Sobek and I were at Dia de los Muertos. Got to go up on the stage and kind of congratulate all those folks that dressed up. It was just a great event with a car club and all kind of good things. and then went over to MSJC afterwards and took in a football game. It's just such a beautiful stadium. It was great to go and cheer for our local MSJC Eagles. On Sunday, the 27th, after serving as a docent at the museum, I went over to Eagle Ridge Church. They were hosting a trunk or treat. Got to go there and be with all the kids. On Thursday, the 31st, I joined Councilmember Carwin, Sobek, and Dynas. We had our quarterly luncheon event to support our staff, and it was just well done. We had some good sports that were willing to dress up. On Friday, November 1st, Councilmember Carwin, Sobek, and and the city manager attended and presented a certificate over at Menifee 24/7's 20-year anniversary, and just a big congratulations to them. And then we held one more additional Foodie Friday that night, and that's going to be our last one for the year. And I know Councilmember Sobek and Carwin were at that, and it was just great to be there. Finally cooled off. On Saturday, November 2nd, the Boys and Girls Club held a gala. It was in Saboba because Boys and Girls Club added a new clubhouse in San Jacinto. And so on behalf of the city, I presented a certificate to them, and it was just great. Yesterday, the Interfaith Council, Councilmember Sobek and I, we were able to present a certificate to Center for Spiritual Living for their 50-year anniversary, and that was 50-year anniversary, yeah. Eagle Ridge was 30, they're 50. All right, and Menifee 24/7 was 20. All right. And then Cherry Hills Plaza tenants meeting, Councilmember Carwin mentioned that. It was a good follow-up second meeting, and I think those tenants were really pleased that we've really stepped it up over there. I'm looking forward to our Veterans Day event, and I know that Miller Jones is hosting something over at their place this Saturday at 10, and then our city ceremony will be Monday the 11th at 10 o'clock also at Hidden Hills Park. Council members, anything else we want to add? All right, let's move on our agenda. Thank you for bearing with us. Let's do item 9 now. This is approval of the minutes. Council members, this is the minutes for our special meeting on October 2nd. That was the one where we had our community center design workshop, and also our regular meeting minutes on October 2nd. Council members, all in favor, would you please say aye? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, those minutes are approved unanimously. We're on our consent calendar now, and all matters on the consent calendar are to be approved in one motion unless a council member requests a separate action on a specific item on the consent calendar. And if it's removed from the consent calendar, be discussed individually and acted upon separately. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public on our consent calendar items?
No requests.
All right, council members, do we have any items that we want to pull for separate discussion?
Mayor, I do.
Okay, we'll start with Councilmember Sobek.
10.4,
Okay, 10-4.
10.13, and 10.18.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem Dynas.
10.11.
Okay. Any others? All right, hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and cast our votes. And I see that passed unanimously, so we'll take our first pulled item, which is 10.4 by Councilmember Sobek. This is our monthly public safety reports. Councilmember Sobek, what's your pleasure? Did you want to?
So I actually have something for Menifee PD, Code, and CAL FIRE.
Okay.
So
Do you need somebody at the podium? Okay, I see Chief Scoville working his way toward the podium. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. How are you guys doing tonight?
good. It's good to see you,
right.
Chief.
Yes, good to see you.
So, you know, I just have seen repeatedly on our CAL FIRE report that we're helping a lot of other cities. We're going in on this report, I believe it was for August. We went into Paris 43 times, Wildemar 43 times, and then there was a Marietta and a county, which those kind of worked themselves out. But then Paris coming into the city is 10 times, and Wildemar not at all. And I'm just concerned that as I see this trend happening more and more of the cities surrounding us, that we're subsidizing, our taxpayers, our residents are subsidizing some of these things. I know there's some mutual aid, but I just see the imbalance, and I'm just wondering what we can do in regards to this.
Absolutely. And working with city staff, we are currently working towards that goal and looking at those trends to ensure that we can find some sort of balance. It is we have a cooperative fire agreement throughout the county that we do sometimes subsidize other cities that are in cooperation with us. We will be working with both the city of Paris and Wildemar. I will be actively looking at that. This has been brought up before, and it's something that I have been keeping an eye on. I understand August was busy, but it was busy because of wildland fires. So every time you have a wildland fire, it's a multi-unit response that goes to those wildland fires. So the city of Paris potentially may have more fires, and it's a multi-engine response, and we send more equipment to that. Same with the city of Wildemar, so August is high. For October, we had 28 responses in the city of Paris and 29 responses in the city of Wildemar. So the trend, it's up and down, but it is something that we are looking at, and we are looking to try and find some sort of resolution to that.
Thank you. I'm also concerned about our response times, that if it's affecting our residents and our response times to get to our residents in a timely manner.
It's a great question, but there is no data showing that we are having a drop in response times. Our response times are consistently within our 4.44 minutes response times, and on average, and they have not been, the data is not showing that we're missing anything within the city during those times.
Okay, Chief, thank you, and please keep us updated on what you find.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that update, letting us know about October as well, and then it's come down a little bit. That was us going to them. You didn't say how many times they came into us, but that's okay.
Well, they came 9 times.
So
the city of Paris came 9 times to the city of Menifee in October, and we had no reciprocating back into from the city of Wildemar.
Okay, so I look forward to seeing what you find out.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Sobek, did you say you also wanted to speak to the chief? All right, Chief Carr.
Yes, Chief is next. So I need a little bit of understanding on this civil standby in regards to domestic violence restraining orders. So I talked to a gentleman who serves those restraining orders, and he said there's quite a disparity between the city of Menifee and the RSO. So the RSO is saying that it's the city of Menifee Police Department's responsibility. And so if you can explain to me how this works, and we just want to make sure that those who need help are getting the help that they need. And if this person needs a backup, that they're getting the backup they need. So can you explain this a little bit and help me understand more about this?
Yeah, so domestic violence restraining orders are unique in just that they are domestic violence restraining orders. When you talk about civil restraining orders go through the family courts, the civil court, and that is actually a fee-based service that the county RSO must provide. Domestic violence restraining orders are heard in that same court, but they're not charged the same way. They're usually free of charge due to the victimization. That victim has the choice to ask the court to assist them, which they will have RSO do, or they can come to our station, or they can call us if it is a property or restrained person within our city limits. So we will help, and we do just that. When you have process servers who call for assistance, there's 2 things we check on. Are they a process server wanting to help with service? And we will oblige. It may just take us time to get there. If they're a person who has already been served and they want to get property from their location, we will not help them, because we will not help them violate the order. They are directed back to the court to get a court order allowing them a time and maybe assistance to get property they need from it. But that's how the business is done.
Okay, so it seems like that there's a miscommunication, so I'm sharing that then with you, that there might need to be a conversation with the RSO.
Just so you know, this is common, and I'm not talking common like RSO. It's common when you have process servers. It's common when you talk county versus PD versus different cities. These types of issues that you're talking about, it's always a thing because I don't want to wait 5 hours for an officer to get there, but it may take us that long because the civil service of this is one of the lowest priorities that we have when you're talking about assisting community members in other issues. So it does take us a while to catch up with them. If we're available, we absolutely are there to help them do it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I was like, when they're sharing that, I was like, this doesn't sound like our police department. So I appreciate you sharing about that civil standby a little bit. So thank you, and thank you for what you and the team do.
Absolutely, and if you have that person's point of contact, I will be more than happy to help them, but we're there to help.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmembers, do we have any more discussion on 10.4? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I like to share my concern with the fire, the assistance given and assistance received. That I appreciate the explanation why it's high in August, but it gives me a pause for concern that when Menifee sending out 5 times a day a fire apparatus to assist another city, we're getting less than, we get maybe 1 or 2 assists coming in. When the contract was explained, it was about this is done on a regional basis. I understand that, but what I didn't understand is that Menifee got to pay for most of it. And, I look at it as that Menifee taxpayer dollars are going to support Paris, Wildemar, and Lake Elsinore. So, you said you're working with staff. Are we going to see a report back soon as to how we can fix this? Or would the future agenda item be the proper way to go? Because, we've got to either figure out how to reduce the assistance given or start getting some credit for our costs to support other cities on that.
Councilmember, I think we've already scheduled a couple of conversations with the county chief and the county CEO. We need to understand if this is a peak, an extraordinary couple of months, or this is going to be an ongoing thing, because if it is, then we're going to probably need to formulate a long-term plan for that. We need to understand why is it that we're going so many times. Is it lack of services, or is it these are just extraordinary times? So we will have some conversations with them here shortly, and I will make sure that we come back to council and report that back.
Okay, I like to, at least if at the next month when we have the next update, at least give us an update as to how the progress is going on your discussions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion on that?
No, but I just want to thank you. I did have one other thing in code enforcement.
Okay.
So on our code enforcement, I remember a few years ago that we had a conversation with it happened to be with the real estate organization, and they talked about signs through their real estate signs. What I've noticed the last couple months, there's been a couple of real estate people that are blanketing the city with their signs on the weekend, and they're just advertising. And so I just want to make sure that our code enforcement's on top of that.
Yes, they are. I did have conversation with our code manager today. Typically on the weekends, what he has seen from his crew is that the real estate agents are posting them up in areas where there's houses for sale, so it's actually attracting people to it. This is what I'm hearing. I'll double check with him just so that we're both
I
on
can
the
let
same
you
page.
know that on Hahn, going to the shopping center on Hahn in front of the gas station, going all the way down Newport, then it turned on Bradley. There's a couple of realtors that I've seen have had their signs like every 50 feet. And so maybe they just need to be reminded that we do have a sign ordinance to help them out.
Yeah, and we can reach out to
Okay.
those realtors. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all I have. So I'd like to approve 10.4.
Okay, we have a motion. Can we get a second?
I'll second.
And item 10.4 passed unanimously. I'm going to take these in consecutive numerical order. So Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Dinas pulled item 10.11. What's your preference on that one? That is the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program.
I just have some questions. I don't necessarily need a full presentation.
I see Ms. LeBron's at the podium, so thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. Edna LeBron, Senior Management Analyst for Community Department.
Thank you. Just a few questions. I know it's up to $100,000 in assistance. What is the average assistance are we giving?
We're giving up the full 100, along with the collaboration of NPHS. They're also giving another 100,000. These are low-income people that we're helping, so they need the help.
So are they're actually, the average home here is around $600,000.
Correct, but with the homes that we've helped them with, we've had 2 of them, I believe, in the $350,000 range, maybe 1 in the 400, 2 in the 400, 1 almost at the 500. That was the Habitat home. So that was also help with layering funds from Habitat, NPHS, and the city of Menifee.
Now, does the city assist the resident on getting those other funds?
No.
So that they have to come with those themselves then?
Correct.
And how many applications are we usually getting?
Well, we've helped 6 homeowners from the first batch of the 600 and, what was it? We had 642,000. So we spent all of the fundings for that. The additional 600, we hope to help another 6 with that as well.
So it's just, it says up to $600,000. So
Up
we're
to
just
100.
assuming that we just give the full 100,000 and not 80,000,
Because
50,000.
of their ratios, correct. In order for them to get a mortgage payment that is comfortable for them, that we know that they're not going to go into bankruptcy or foreclosure or anything like that, we need to make sure we give them the full 100,000.
Okay. And how are the people finding out about this?
We do advertise it in the Menifee manner. It is in our website. We do workshops as well.
Okay, great. Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions on this one? Hearing none, can you do?
I'll move approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Edna. Okay, and that passed unanimously. We're going to move to the next item, 10.13, and that was pulled by Councilmember Sobek. What's your pleasure?
So I don't need a report. I just want to say that I'm happy to see that this has finally come, that this is something that Mount San Jacinto College has been working with the city for a while, and I just want to thank staff. We advertise ourselves as a college town, and for them now to be able to have the banners around the area of their college, it lets people know that education is important in our city, and I think it will help maybe even more students go to college. So it's just a great thing, and I just want to say kudos to staff for getting this worked out. And so I like to approve.
Okay, and I'll second, but I know Councilman Carwin's in the queue, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we had it accurately. The staff report says that it was reviewed by Rebecca Kramer, assistant to the city manager. And Rebecca Kramer is our deputy city manager, and I want to make sure she gets credit where credit is due on future reports. So I just want to make sure that that is not something that's a template that's going to continue into the future. She's worked very hard and earned the title. I hope she gets her credit for it.
Thank you.
Thank you for being ready, Rebecca. And this one passed unanimously as well. So we'll go to the next pulled item, and that's 10.18, which is the agreement with Gary Hoyt Landscape Architecture, pulled by Councilmember Sobek. What's your pleasure on this one?
So I do have some questions.
Okay.
So, hello, Nick. I have a question on this. So this agreement, I know it's an amendment but I have a question about the landscaping and architectural service in general. So is this who we use as a city when somebody comes in and develops a business or wants to build a business and they need to get their landscaping checked off? Is this who does it?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sobek, Nick Fiddler, Public Works Director. Correct. Gary Hoyt is our inspector. He's also does our plans examiner for both CIP and for engineering projects, land development projects. So he's used for several different facets of development. But you're correct. When a developer comes in and it requires landscaping, he will plan check the plans and then also inspect the plants that have been installed, irrigation and planting.
Okay, so I just met with somebody that built a business here, and they want to expand, but they said the one thing that is holding them up is the person that we're contracting with. The city, the planning department first approved a certain plant. They were going to plant those, or they did, and then the contract person says, no, you need to plant a different plant. So it went back and forth for months, and every time it was racking up more and more costs. So I'm bringing this to your attention, that I know sometimes when we contract out, we don't have control, and sometimes I wonder if sometimes those that we contract with might take advantage of the system. So I just want to bring that to your attention, that it's been brought to my attention. Okay?
I appreciate that. Yeah, we would definitely keep an eye on their activity through land development.
Thank you. So I'd like to approve 10.18.
Okay, any other discussion, council members, on this item? I'll second the item. All right, and that passed unanimously. We're going to move to item 11. We're no longer in our consent calendar. This is item 11 is our public hearing items. There are two. The very first one is 11.1. It's appeals of the Planning Commission's decision for the Cato CADO Menifee Industrial Warehouse Project. And I'm going to ask Mr. Fowler with our planning department to present the item.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council. Ryan Fowler, Principal Planner, here to present the appeal of the Cato Menifee Industrial Warehouse Project. That was an appeal submitted by the City of Paris. That project includes two entitlements: tentative parcel map PLN 220041 and plot plan PLN 210370. And it has an associated environmental document, which was an environmental impact report, or EIR. So the project is located approximately in the northwest corner of the city, south of Ethonac, east of Wheat Street, west of Byers Street. The project's land use, general plan land use designation and zoning classification is the Economic Development Corridor Northern Gateway, and it's fully surrounded by properties with that same land use and zoning classification. So the project, as I mentioned, includes a parcel map, and that's really to consolidate 8 existing parcels into one for a approximately 40 gross acre project site. And then the plot plan is what you see here. It's that same project site, and it includes approximately 700,000 square foot warehouse industrial building. Within that, you have 10,000 square feet of office, and the remainder is the warehouse industrial space. The orange arrows indicate where the trucks would enter. There's 2 entrances on Wheat Street and then 3 on Byers Road, but the blue arrow indicates just where passenger cars would only come in. So there is separation there between, so that the trucks aren't entering the passenger areas. There's also 386 parking stalls are required. They're proposing 429. And 69 truck stalls as well. You're going to take access for this site off of the I-215 and then down via Ethonac Road. And then there would be 2 access, as you see here, Wheat Road and Byers Road. The landscaping for this site, they're proposing 10.7% of the site for landscaping, roughly 163,000 square feet. 10 is required, so it's above what is required. The trees are, they have multiple rows of trees along the perimeter of the site, throughout the parking area, adjacent to the building as well, and then they're really focusing and putting the larger trees at the project entryways and at the building entrances. And then their truck court is screened by pushing that back off of the right-of-ways and adding a kind of enhanced and enlarged landscape buffers at the corners of the property. Here you see the architecture, the 2D architecture for the site. So you see a lot of undulation, articulation, also a diverse color palette. They use quite a bit of glazing at the project corners where the offices would be located, and then some accents as well, including the wood accent there that you see. And the applicant provided these 3D renderings. This is an image of kind of how you can envision this in a 3D world here. This is looking south on Byers, and here's another, but internal to the site, looking at those corner elements where the office and glazing is more prominent. So this project process and environmental impact report, it began back in May of 2022. That's when the notice of preparation went out. And then the draft DIR went out for its state-mandated 45-day review period back in March and April of this year. We did receive 9 comment letters from interested parties, from agencies and organizations. In the end, the determination was that there was a significant and unavoidable impact for greenhouse gas emissions, so GHG emissions. And although that's identified, we did put forth in that document mitigation. However, no feasible mitigation exists to reduce that down to a less than significant level. The reason why it's significant and unavoidable is because it exceeds our 3,000 metric ton per year threshold that we have here at the city. And those are mostly due to, and that is an operational impact. So as you see those numbers there on the screen, 71% of emissions and 79% of mitigated emissions are really due to non-construction related mobile sources. So the trucks and the cars are what is producing that and exceeding that. So on any large project, on most large projects, you're going to see that 3,000 exceeded, because it's the same for small projects or for large projects. And those emissions, those non-construction related mobile source emissions, those are, as I mentioned, the trucks and the cars. Those are controlled by state and federal standards, so it's not something that is in the city's control, per se. But at the Planning Commission hearing that we had, they certified and adopted the final EIR, the Statement of Overriding Considerations, and a mitigation and monitoring reporting program. So for this item before you tonight, there is no CEQA analysis required to either approve or deny the appeal. So going back to that there was an August 14th, 2024 Planning Commission hearing. The Planning Commission voted 3 for, 1 against, and 1 absent to approve the project entitlement and certify the EIR. And at that hearing, the comments from the Planning Commission primarily focused on the following topics. They asked about what's the anticipated future tenant. Right now it's a spec industrial building, so there's no tenant identified, but the EIR utilized kind of worst case scenarios. They talked about the proximity of adjacent residents to the north and the future use of those lots next to Ethernet, and how vehicular access would be achieved during construction. We talked about the required intersection improvements for this project, timing of the actual construction of this building, which the applicant testified that it would be approximately 2 years that they're estimating. Then we talked about the cumulative traffic increase and ultimate improvements on Ethernet and the hours of operation. So to get to the appeal. So the appeal, as I mentioned, was from the City of Paris, and they really had 6 primary topics or areas that they covered in their comments. First was that they claimed that there was an incomplete project description in the EIR, and that there was an insufficient analysis of transportation impacts, greenhouse gas emissions, air quality, noise, and an inadequate project alternatives analysis. So just to go through these, cover each main topic, but to go through it quickly. Their first point number one, stating that we have multiple aspects of the projects that weren't present in the EIR. Their claim was that the project description did not include components of the project, namely, they pointed to the intersection improvements that are stated in the conditions of approval, that those aren't covered in the EIR. Our response back to them is that a project description doesn't need to supply extensive detail beyond what's needed to just evaluate the environmental impacts. And the offsite improvements that are proposed do not involve significant construction, so they wouldn't expand the scope of project construction impacts. The next point was point number two. Their claim was that insufficient analysis, that the EIR had insufficient analysis of transportation impacts. They talked about potential geometric hazards caused by the project, that we needed to wait for a global traffic study for this entire EDC Northern Gateway to be completed, or the project to be delayed to further that study. They talked about existing traffic volumes. They did not agree with our volumes, or they questioned the trip generation rates. They pointed out specific intersection operations and how our EIR was deficient in that, and improvement requirements for this project. So just first on geometric hazards, specifically they were talking about the Barnett, Case, and Ethonac intersection. They claim that we needed to evaluate that as two intersections. However, our traffic consultant and our traffic team looked at that, and that really does operate as one intersection. So we felt it was appropriate to analyze it as such. The project traffic from this project really includes just through traffic at this intersection. Therefore, it wouldn't have a direct impact on the turn pockets at the intersection as their letter states. And so no geometric hazard exists there. As far as the global traffic study, Ethonac Road is a truck route. So we analyzed it as such, and we analyzed really all the traffic going up and down Ethonac. So that's really a worst case scenario. And that's what is the case now, was the case at the time of preparation of the traffic study. As far as traffic volumes, we go into greater detail in our detailed response, but we determined the volumes that we used were reasonable, even conservative in some locations. As far as trip generation rates, we disagreed with what they stated was that we used outdated rates. Our rates are widely accepted and used in many cities in the region, and their suggestion that we use a different methodology, that methodology really wouldn't change the significance determination. For point number three, insufficient analysis of GHG emissions. Again, they questioned that those offsite improvements were not accounted for in our evaluation, so therefore we didn't look at that for GHG emissions. I've kind of already addressed that. And that the fire and water pump operations that would be typical for this type of building were not analyzed in the EIR, and that we used outdated modeling for GHG. We used the most up-to-date modeling. The modeling was completed in August 2022 and October 2022, and all the modeling was completed before the next version of this modeling system, this CaliMod, that's the modeling system, was fully released. So it was appropriate that we used the version that we did, which was the 2020.4 version of that modeling. So we disagree with that argument. Also, we do look at and capture in our analysis the maintenance and testing of emergency fire water pumps, in that we looked at using a backup generator and calculated the emissions that would be associated with that. So that does capture those types of emissions. Fourth, I mentioned there were 6, but number 4 is about air quality impacts. They question one of the mitigation measures, AQ3, saying it lacks adequate performance standards. That's our requirement that the project operator produce and submit to the city a transportation demand program. And that's basically encourages the carpooling, the transit, the bike. It has features that are required to like kitchen facilities and food facilities, so that way there'll be less trips. It's basically all designed to reduce vehicle miles traveled. That's a requirement. However, most of the main source of the GHG reductions, which they did not state in their letter, didn't recognize in their letter, is that it's coming from AQ4, mitigation AQ4, and that's a requirement that all cargo handling equipment be zero emission equipment. So that's where we're capturing most of the reduction in GHG. 5 is about noise. They suggest that we don't use a cumulative analysis. It wasn't prepared, it wasn't used for the EIR. We point them to chapter 4.11 of the draft EIR, where we do analyze cumulative noise. There is an impact associated with cumulative noise, but not cumulatively considerable per CEQA. And then their last comment was they stated that we had an inadequate project alternatives analysis. They say that we failed to analyze a reasonable range of alternatives. The EIR is not required under CEQA to analyze every single conceivable alternative. We just have to provide a reasonable range. And so we deemed that having 2 alternatives for the project that attain most of the basic objectives of the project, but avoided or lessened some of the impacts, that was appropriate for the EIR. So at this time, staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's certification of the EIR and approval of tentative parcel map PLN 220041 and plot plan PLN 210370 for the Cato Menifee Industrial Warehouse Project and deny the appeal PLN 240182. And I just also wanted to mention there was in your staff report another appeal. However, that was withdrawn, and so you should have received a memo along with the withdrawal letter for that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fowler. Council members, at this time, let's hold it to just questions and no comments. Do we have any questions? Councilman Carwins first.
Thank you very much. My question is about the greenhouse gas emissions. I'm looking at the FEIR, the exhibit from the Planning Commission, and it says that despite implementation of mitigation, total mitigated emissions would continue to exceed the threshold of 3,000 units. So if the project can't be brought under the threshold, how can we approve it? Because it's inherently unsafe. None of the mitigation measures will bring the greenhouse gas emissions below the threshold of the standard. So why are we being asked to approve it?
Yeah, and I can attempt to answer that. We also have our CEQA consultant, including our air and our traffic CEQA consultants are here to answer questions of more technical nature as well. But
because let me just say this in anticipation of the response. My concern is that if this project exceeds the standard, even with mitigation, and then we build other projects, that's just going to compound. And as that continues to be built in that sector, I'm concerned that this is going to get to a super unhealthy level in the whole region. So please address that for me.
yeah, I think maybe our CEQA consultant can answer it better than me. But a project, regardless, a commercial project would actually produce more GHG on this location. So it's a 3,000 kind of across the board, whether it's a small project, as I mentioned, or a large project. They still have this 3,000 metric ton per year operational threshold that we have to meet. Now, in terms of how can you approve it?
Well, that's my question. Your terminology is we have to meet that. And saying we have to meet that, but we can't. So we're going to ignore it, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So the standard is 3,000. We can't meet it. It would seem like it fails. So why doesn't it fail when it can't meet the standard?
So we still have mitigation that is addressing this. It doesn't put it down below the 3,000. Like I mentioned, we have the requiring the zero emission cargo equipment. We have the transportation and demand management that's going to reduce it's a program that helps reduce the vehicle miles traveled. Now, an EIR is not, it's a public disclosure document. So it just states what the impacts are and whether they're significant and unavoidable. And then the statement of overriding consideration is part of the staff report package as well. And that's these benefits that the project has that you would weigh against that potential significant and unavoidable impact to say whether it's worth approving, whether you can make the findings whether it's worth approving or not, based on the benefits versus the impacts.
So if we make a lot of money on it, the health of people living around it is less important?
So GHG is, I could have one of our, maybe I'll step in with one of our consultants.
And I'm also concerned about, I mean, we see a lot of orange vests here. I want them to work, but if these guys are working in an environment that's going to make them sick, then that's terrible too. So help me understand what the benefit is that overrides public health.
Good evening. My name is Ace Melissus. I'm with Kimley Horn. I prepared the greenhouse gas emissions analysis for the EIR. One thing I want to clarify is that the GHG emissions are not health pollutants. They are related to climate change, but they do not directly affect health. So exceeding the GHG threshold is not a public health impact. Just to clarify that. So it does not affect, there's no local effects, immediate effects from the GHG emissions. It does not affect the workers. But to clarify, we're exceeding the threshold, the 3,000 metric ton threshold. The threshold is what's called a bright line threshold. It's a very low and conservative threshold. As Ryan mentioned, the vast majority of those emissions are from mobile sources, from vehicles. Mobile sources, vehicle emissions are controlled at the state level, and the state has developed plans because the 3,000 metric ton threshold is a threshold identified in order to help the state achieve its goals and at a project level. So the state has identified plans in order to reduce mobile source emissions, vehicle emissions, to achieve its long-term GHG reduction goals. So we're conservative in the fact that we're looking at a threshold, and we're looking at today's emissions that would occur today or when the project is built. But those emissions will decrease over time, and the state has implemented is implementing the regulations that will achieve the reduction targets that it's set.
So one of the things that I'm hearing that I'm interested in is that the standard is the standard by project, not by size of project. Am I understanding that correctly? So if it's a 300,000 square foot project versus this 700,000 square foot project, the 3,000 metric tons is the same standard?
That's correct.
Okay. So do you have a number for me per 1,000 square feet that would meet the threshold? So if this thing was broken up into 3 projects, say, of equal size, would each of those projects be under 3,000?
Possibly, but...
So what's the number we're at with the mitigation?
I believe it's in the 4,000s.
Okay, so that's well over this standard. What is the benefit that we're getting that overrides this environmental impact?
Yeah, sure. So in the statement of, this is Ryan Fowler again, in the statement of overriding consideration that was presented to the Planning Commission, we identified some of the benefits that are associated with this. So we go back to the...
If you have it in front of you, I have it open here. If you could tell me what page you're looking at, I'd appreciate it.
It's back to, further back on where we presented to the Planning Commission, the statement of overriding considerations.
Yep, I've got it
And
open right here.
so-
I've got the Planning Commission packet open in front of me. It's Exhibit B to the Planning Commission.
On page 1050,
1050, mine only goes up to 73. Let's see. All right, then I guess I don't have it. All right, so
Yeah.
you tell me then, what is the overriding concern that overrides this greenhouse gas emission standard?
so according to the statement of overriding consideration, following economic, legal, social, technical benefits, independent of other benefits, override the potential of unavoidable adverse impacts. That's all feasible mitigation has been imposed to lessen the project impact to a less than significant level. Alternatives to the project were unfeasible because while they have similar or less environmental impacts, they do not provide the economic benefits of the project and are otherwise socially or economically infeasible when compared to the actual project. The project is consistent with and will contribute to achieving the goals and objectives established by the general plan. And implementing the city's general plan as a policy is a legal and social prerogative of the city. The project will be consistent with the general plan goals and policies contained within the attached findings and statements of overriding consideration. So it goes into more detail in the
So
statements.
I just want to make sure I understand what you're telling me, that we have this standard, but the statement of overriding concern is if we just can't meet the standard, then we don't have to meet the standard because the overriding concern is we just can't meet it. So therefore, we don't have to. And the standard is of no consequence. You're telling me that it just is unfeasible to meet the standard. So that's the overriding concern of having to meet the standard.
I mean, it's up to the city council on whether they feel that the benefits of the project outweigh those potential impacts.
I wish the impact that we were trying to override was not this one. All right, that's all I have.
All right, before we take the next question, Mr. Melching, did you want to chime in? I saw you in the queue.
I actually think Mr. Fowler did a pretty good job, but if you would just allow me maybe 20 or 30 seconds. I think the gist of it, Councilmember Carwin, is that when a significant and unavoidable impact is identified, that's not the end of the analysis. A city can still decide if there are specific social, economic, technical, or other reasons that justify approving a project notwithstanding the existence of the impact. It still has the power to do that. That's how CEQA works. That's when a statement of overriding considerations is triggered. In this instance, I'm smoothing what Mr. Fowler read, but I think he read that in the end, the city acknowledged, the environmental impact report acknowledged the significant and unavoidable impact, acknowledged that there were no alternatives that would avoid the significant and unavoidable impact, acknowledged that there were no mitigation measures that would avoid the impact, and all of those things were necessary to bring us to the doorstep of, well, if you can't avoid it, do you still want to approve the project? And the statement of overriding considerations that was passed by the Planning Commission says, and I'm smoothing it a bit because he used a lot of words, yes, we do, because it's consistent with our general plan land use policies and our general plan goals and objectives, and they represent the sort of the policy basis for the city approving this type of development. And it is 100% in the wheelhouse of the city council now to say, we don't agree with that. And we don't think that's a sufficient basis to override the impact. So it is a complete policy decision, but that was the policy rationale that was presented to and
Yeah, I
approved by the
understand
Planning
the
Commission.
authority.
Yeah.
I understand that we have the authority to do that, and that's why that statement of overriding concerns is in there, and I understand that. And my concern is that this is one, and then we're 1,000 or more metric tons above the standard for this project, and then we get the next one that's even larger, and the next one that's even larger. All of a sudden, you know, we've got a zone where we're at 15,000 metric tons, and that's my concern, that this thing starts rolling downhill. I wish that there was a way this thing could come under. That's why I'm trying to understand how far this goes and how close we are to actually making it. If it was like we're at 3,005, okay, you know, that can be a one day less of trucks or not. So I'm just trying to understand that. But I understand the authority, and I appreciate that. And that's all. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the next question. No comments yet, but question. Councilman Estrada.
Thank you. So we mentioned that greenhouse gases didn't bring any health concerns, or if I recall, the EIR doesn't consider that. But from my understanding, greenhouse gas emissions come from the burning of oil and gas, which do pollute the air, which can then lead to health concerns. So the EIR doesn't discuss that or acknowledge the burning of fossil fuels that go into the air?
So yeah, there's kind of a couple of different things there. One is the air quality impacts, which I think you're alluding to, that are more localized health type of impacts, versus greenhouse gas emissions, which is more of a global issue that doesn't have the localized health impacts that, say, like NOx, nitrous oxide, or other types of pollutants would, like particulate matter. Those would impact more locally. But
Right, I think Ryan covered it, but to add on to that, we did, you know, so the criteria pollutants, the pollutants that you're referring to, were analyzed, and those were mitigated to less than significant levels. And so by being less than significant, there wouldn't be an impact to health. We also did a health risk assessment, which takes into account specifically health effects and cancer risk, and that also was less than significant. So the health effects were less than significant from this project.
Okay, thank you. You know, the burning of fossil fuels and big rigs, and, you know, I think there's a hole somewhere. You know, if I'm going to be living next to that, I'm not going to, the air isn't going to be as favorable as it was as a rural community with open fields, you know. So, I mean, just eyeing it.
Right, but I think the way that it works is that these emissions go up into the atmosphere. They get dispersed by wind and weather, and then they fall out of the atmosphere at different points as well. So you don't have, well, particulates will do that. So you know, so the health effects are you know, are dispersed, and you know, it's also a lot of the emissions from the project are occurring on the roadways away from the project site. So that's, you know, very little of the emissions actually occur on the site.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that, note that. You know, my gut, and we all remember 2020 and what's in the air and 6 feet away and so, and I think a lot of reasonable people can say, you know, living next to some things like big rigs and warehouses and burning of fossil fuels can be a concern. But I will note and I will consider the other studies you did with air quality. So thank you.
Yeah, and the analysis was done in accordance with the Air Quality Management District's requirements, you know, and their methodology. So, I mean, and using their thresholds for health. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll consider that. My next question was, you know, I've been watching all of the Planning Commission meetings about warehouses and the large square footage and the traffic circulation, and a lot of the projects that come before the Planning Commission, the traffic studies end up saying we did the full scope and we considered all of the projects surrounding this project, and, you know, we would be fine with the traffic circulation. But now we have this global traffic study, which, from what I understand, is looking to give that ultimate answer of how are we going to mitigate traffic and manage that on Ethernet. So what is the difference between the global traffic study we are trying to accomplish with Paris and the claims being made at the Planning Commission meetings where they say these traffic circulation studies are all encompassing and everything is going to be okay?
Thank you, Council Member. Cheryl Kitzrow, Community Development Director. Good question. So for each of the projects that have been presented to the Planning Commission, including the project before you tonight, a project-specific traffic study has been completed. And that project-specific traffic study, as part of its cumulative, looks at projects that were on the books when the scoping for the traffic study was approved. The global study is to give us answers and information on the full build-out of all of the area in the Northern Gateway, including cumulative projects across Ethonac and Paris as well. So the projects before the commission and this project before you tonight stand on its own merit in terms of the analysis of potential impacts from a traffic perspective. And remember, the CEQA threshold for traffic is vehicle miles traveled, but all of that analysis is done on a project-specific level.
Okay, and it was done at the time it was approved. The project was approved. That traffic study for that specific project, it's not considering full build out.
It would not, no. A traffic study for a project would look at the project traffic, and then the cumulative analysis would look at any other projects that are on the books at the time that project traffic study was begun.
Got it.
Doesn't look at complete full build out of everything.
Okay, so it sounds like there could be some potential holes if we don't see the entire scope of things without this global traffic study coming.
No, because with the individual projects, there isn't a proposal for complete build out of the entire area at this time.
Right.
So we look in the future with that traffic study.
Right, got
And then
it.
each project would look at their impacts.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And then I had one more question about residential developments there in the area. You know, I've been told a couple times that a lot of these residents have sold their homes or they have an agreement, but yesterday, or I'm sorry, the last Planning Commission meeting, we saw a residential community just north of the Marietta Warehouse project. And then on this project, I see another residential community north, sandwiched between Ethonac and the project. So can someone provide me clarification on these residential communities? Have they agreed to sell to the developers, or are they still standing by their residents and saying, we're gonna stay? Because I've heard in the past they all sold out, but that's not what I'm seeing. So I would like clarification on where they stand.
Well, I think maybe that one question could be directed towards the applicant, since you're asking that specifically. In terms of this compared to the Planning Commission the other night, this is a smaller residential neighborhood, less amount of lots, residential lots. On that other project, we did receive multiple letters of opposition. With this one, we did not receive a single letter of opposition. And they were all mailed within a 300-foot radius, notices for the hearing and that the EIR was available, but we did not receive opposition.
Okay, so can the applicant clarify if those residents to the north are deciding to stay, or they sold to the development?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed City Council members. I'm Alex Sakakis. I'm with Capstone Advisors. I'm the owner of Capstone Advisors. We are the applicant here tonight. And to answer your question, on several of those homes have come up onto the market, 2 of them to be exact. We have made offers on all of the homes along the front. We've acquired one other significant piece, a 5-acre piece of property that we bought from one of the homeowners. And the sense that we've had from talking to all these homeowners is that many, or if not all, do intend at some point to sell their homes. Since that's on the other side of a street from us, we had no ability absorb that into our development, although we did buy one of the homes that was across the street. To give you a sense, though, of sort of pricing, that I think many of those homeowners, I know certainly there's one home that's for sale right now, and if you look at Zillow, whether you believe Zillow values or not, but if you also look at the comps for that immediate area of what that home would sell for as a home, I think it would comp out about $500,000. And that owner is asking $1 million for that home. Once again, it doesn't incorporate into our community, and we meet all the good neighbor requirements and have setbacks from where our truck wells would be. But my sense is that that strip of homes along Cuffles really probably will get consolidated into some other type of development. I'm thinking, since they're narrow and there's a lot of frontage that's going to be taken away from those homes when Ethanac is ultimately extended, I sort of envision that probably going to some type of retail use. I see that probably being consolidated into some type of restaurants or other type of service retail that would serve the residential, potentially across from the street in Ethanac, but also all the workers that will be in this industrial park. So my sense is at some point those homes will sell. I think the homeowners are excited about the value increase to their land, because when those lots do sell, they will sell for dramatically higher price than they would if they were simply being used as a single-family home.
Okay, thank you for answering.
All right, next question. We're not making comments yet, but questions. This is Councilmember Sobek.
Thank you. So I just would like some clarification. Thank you, Ryan. This is the Economic Development Corridor Job Creation Zone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we know that this is following the general plan.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in the reduced greenhouse emissions, gas emissions, you mentioned about the California standards. Does this mean that in the future, as California has new standards to go to greener vehicles, that those emissions will be reduced sufficiently?
Yeah, that's what we're kind of trying attempting to explain there, is that most of the emissions triggering that 3,000 threshold are from the trucks and the cars. Those emissions are controlled by the state and the federal government. So as those get stricter or the technology improves, then those emissions would be reduced. So,
and that's by 2030?
Yeah.
That's supposed to be addressed? 35? Okay, something like that. Anyway, so another question I have. So compared to a retail shopping center that we have, say the Countryside Marketplace, or an area where we have apartments, and then you have an industrial, can you give me a comparison of those green gas emissions? Is there any better?
Confirmed by ACE, but I believe a retail produces much more greenhouse gas on a per acre basis.
So a retail center is more per acre.
Because you think about how many more trips that would generate versus.
Okay, so this would be less.
Yes.
Okay, all right, and we approve retail.
Yes.
How about apartments?
In other parts of the city you're referring to, yes.
Okay, all right. What about large apartment units?
Right.
So the California's pushing these down us for the housing shortage, and we have some coming in that are very large apartment complexes. Can you give me a comparison?
Those may trigger the 3,000 too, kind of depending on their size. So that's very likely because the rates are higher for those types of uses.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted that clarification so I can understand that. So, all right, thank you. I think that's all my questions.
All right, hearing no more questions, we're going to move on our agenda. And so I will open the public hearing 8:20 on this project. And Madam Clerk, was this item legally noticed?
Yes, it was.
And do we have any correspondence received on this item?
Council's received correspondence in the red folders.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and ask the appellant on behalf of the city of Paris, if they're here, if they would like to speak. This is your opportunity. If you'd come up and let us know your name for the public record, please.
Good evening. My name is Shakan Patel. I'm an attorney with Alshire & Winder, and we serve as city attorney for the city of Paris.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Shakan Patel, and with me we have a member from Paris's city staff here. So Paris appealed the decision of the Menifee Planning Commission approving this project on August 14th. The City of Paris submitted another comment letter today to Menifee, and we want to confirm Menifee received that letter and it is included in the record of these proceedings. In addition, we're providing these additional comments in support of Paris's appeal of this project. So the resolution your staff has proposed to deny the appeals of this project failed to comply with CEQA guidelines section 15185 subsection B. This section discusses the requirements for administrative appeals of environmental determinations, such as the Menifee Planning Commission certification of the final EIR of this project. In this case, the City Council is the decision-making body to which an appeal has been made. The findings required by CEQA guidelines section 15091 are those regarding significant environmental impacts. The findings required by CEQA guidelines section 15093 are the statement of overriding considerations. Since this project has both significant and unavoidable impacts, this body is required to make all of these findings, and the draft resolutions presented to your staff do not indicate that this council has considered the environmental document and don't include any of the findings required by CEQA guidelines section 15091 and 15093. If the City Council adopts these proposed resolutions as drafted, then Menifee will have proceeded in a manner Menifee will have proceeded in a manner as not required by law. With regard to the statement of overriding considerations adopted by the Planning Commission, consideration 3 to 7 discuss alleged economic benefits of the project. However, the record of proceedings don't contain any evidence to support these considerations. There's no economic analysis to support that this project can produce up to 860 jobs, and there's no substantial evidence supporting the considerations related to consistency with Menifee's general plan. The SOC merely lists general plan circulation element policies without setting forth any facts as to how this project will further these policies. So Paris has reviewed Menifee's response to Paris's appeal points and find the responses inadequate. The project description is incomplete and therefore inadequate, thus understating potential significant environmental impacts. Menifee's analysis of traffic safety impacts along Ethonac remains fatally flawed, with its traffic impact study analyzing the intersections of Barnett and Ethonac and Case as a single intersection. This is technically incorrect and serves to understate impacts related to traffic safety. As this council is aware, in a case challenging the Phelan Warehouse project, the court agreed with the City of Paris about traffic safety impacts at Ethonac, at Barnett, and Case. Paris stands by its previous comments regarding the inadequacy of the air quality and greenhouse gas analysis. And finally, Paris urges the City Council to delay its decision on this appeal to allow for the Global Traffic Study Commission by both Paris and Menifee to be completed and a plan for truck circulation to be developed to ensure that all warehouse projects, including this project, contribute to the cost of implementing this plan. So in conclusion, Paris respectfully requests that the City Council grant Paris's appeal and deny this project.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Mayor.
At this time, I'm going to ask the applicant, Mr. Zizakis, if he'd like to also speak and share and give any more information that you may not have given earlier. You're free to. And if you have any members of your team, you're welcome to have them present as well.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed City Council members. So I want to first start off and introduce myself again and the company, Capstone Advisors. My company is 28 years old. For 27 years, we've been doing business in Riverside County. We own and operate and develop a variety of commercial real estate assets including industrial parks, office buildings, and shopping centers. And we operate primarily here in Southern California. The other thing that my company does, is we buy and entitle large land tracts for residential home developments, and we sell those to home builders because we are not a home builder. Through our partnerships and our equity investing in home building and land development, we have developed close to $3 billion worth of housing throughout the western United States. $1 billion of that housing is here in Riverside County. And all of our projects provide essential goods and services and contribute positively to the broader economy where we operate in these communities. This piece of land that we're here today to discuss, we actually bought this piece of land in 2010. So this has been a long road. When we bought this piece of property, there was one shopping center on Newport Road. It was very little shopping center at that. This project, when we bought this piece of land, it had a map for a residential single-family home tract, and we bought in 2010. The housing market was still weak at that time. It was a valid map, but after we bought it, we had some discussions. We had many discussions over the years with the city of Menifee, where the city of Menifee explained the master plan that the city had for the northern EDC. And in those discussions that the city had with us, it became clear that putting additional residential homes into this area was going to be inconsistent with the city's desires and goals to turn this into a vibrant and productive industrial and commercial zone. So based on that, we were willing, as requested, to let our map expire and to start on the entitlements for an industrial project. I did not think it was going to be 14 years later that I was to be standing here in front of you today, but yet that is where we are. We're proud of the proposed project that we've designed, and we take this very seriously. Our corporate mission statement is making communities better through quality real estate projects that positively impact people's lives. And over the years, we've worked very closely with your excellent city staff to design a project that brings strong economic benefits to the city, up to 860 jobs. And as we all know, these jobs, and I think there's lots of people here representing some of these jobs. These jobs are good economic jobs, and they have multiplier effects that positively cascade through the city on a recurring basis. We're also very proud of the quality of the project that we designed, the quality of the building. I think you have seen images of the building. We did not design a cheap, slap-it-up project. We went to the far other extreme, and we have designed and built what I think is a very, very attractive project. And spent a lot of time working with architects to make sure that we put together a building that will be visually very appealing for the city, and also sets the bar for other developers that come behind us. So there was a great deal of time and effort put into that. And we're also, our project benefits include building a number of general plan and circulation road elements that are currently dirt roads that we'll be improving, and we can go through some more of the project benefits as we go through, and they're all in the staff report and the reports that you've all have reviewed. So I guess in summation, we believe that we've developed exactly what the city has been asking us to build over the years, and I think working with the staff, we've designed like a very nice building that will be a benefit to the city, and we're proud of our continued involvement in our work here in the city of Menifee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zazakis. We appreciate you coming up and sharing. At this time, Madam Clerk, we're going to open it up now for any public commenters. Do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, we do. We have a few. I have Jonathan Daly, followed by Amy Smith.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Daly.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jonathan Daly. I'm a Marine Corps veteran and a proud member of LIUNA Laborers Union. I think tonight was the first night I've ever smiled in the same room as a drill instructor. And I wish I was joking about that, but there was a purpose for everything, and I don't hold it against them. It actually shaped me into who I am today, which I couldn't be more grateful for. I'm a proud husband and father, and moments like tonight made me, it takes me back. I wanted to re-enlist. I wanted to have that retirement, but after having to get a reconstruction on my knee, I was not able to re-enlist. But because of that, I was fortunate enough to find my home with LIUNA. We represent a lot of families, and I'll speak for mine tonight, not for the rest of the guys, but I know they feel the same. It's hard having to be away from them for so long. I met my wife while I was in the military, and she wasn't a fan of me being gone so much. And getting out into the civilian life, I wanted to be home more. And because of the job that I chose, I know what I signed up for. I got to go where the work is. So it's moments like this while I'm excited to speak so I can work local. Right now, me and my wife, we rent, but I have done so many open houses right down the street. I'm trying to be a permanent resident here in Menifee, use my VA loan here, and I'll be able to, with projects like this, be home and celebrate holidays and be with them for the moments that I continue to miss for my son. But with that, this developer has promised great, not only LIUNA, but all union work, and we're honored to be a part of that. We get to build to the highest standards, and that's instilled in me, and I know a lot of the guys with me. I've been fortunate enough to talk to a lot of veterans employed by the Laborers Union, and it's incredible to see. It gives us a chance to continue to serve. That's how I see this, is I can continue to fight for these jobs and fight in our communities in my own way now. So with that, we ask you please approve this project so we can go out there and execute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Next speaker, please.
Amy Smith, followed by David Cordero.
Welcome, Ms. Smith.
Hi. Sorry, everybody's so tall. Good evening. My name is Amy Smith, and I'm here representing the Californians Allied for a Responsible Economy, otherwise known as CARE California. We're here speaking tonight to continue to show our support of this project and ask that the council votes yes tonight on this Cato project. This project's going to bring a lot to the city and the development of the city. The applicant has assured that our Menifee community will benefit from this development, not just now, but in the future, and will bring well-paid jobs to the community that deserves it. The attention and respect that this developer has for our residents of this city is greatly noted. Assuring that a build-out of a project this size will benefit the community in every regard is a fact that no one should ever undervalue or disrespect and overlook. Here is an example of a developer that is truly showing themselves as a model of sound development plans, and other developers should be looking to them for their practices and good guidance in development practicing. We support this project and the many benefits that it's going to bring. We thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith.
David Cordero, followed by Andrew Garcia.
Welcome, Mr. Cordero.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, all the city staff and council members, thank you for your time. My name is David Cordero. I'm a representative for the Carpenters Union, and I do represent many members that live within this area. As a matter of fact, I'm in a neighbor area, and one of my cousins lives now here in Menifee. At the end of the day, this will create opportunities for some of our members, and we talked about it. Different industries, different type of businesses, but at the end of the day, this is one of the projects based on the fact of the commitment that the developer has made that will put food on the table of our members. So I encourage you to approve this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cordero.
Andrew Garcia, followed by Louis Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Garcia with UA Local 364, representing the San Bernardino Riverside counties for plumbers, pipe fitters, and refrigeration workers. We support this project, and your yes votes today shows that you support us and Menifee as a whole. This project allows our hardworking men and women to advance their careers while earning middle-class wages and benefits. Most importantly, the developer has made a pledge to hire local and skilled construction workforce members to build their vision, ensuring a high-quality project and enshrining the community's basic economic needs by supporting the people all around. This project is great for our community, and we strongly urge you to approve it with your yes votes today. So I'm an Army veteran as well, served 9 years. My first project here was a union job on the stadium, and it was my first project I was allowed to go back to. I've never been able to do that. At Menifee's birthday last year, it was great to see how if a job is finished once we leave. And concerning the greenhouse gases, everybody here, all these workers standing here, we all drive to LA and San Diego, Orange County. None of us really work here. We're producing more greenhouse gases just driving 3 hours there, 3 hours back. This is a good project for us to be able to work local, and so please support us for trying to work local. Thank you.
Before you go, Mr. Garcia, are you a graduate of our Citizens Academy?
Yes.
All right, I noticed
Took it
the
last
shirt.
year.
Yeah.
The best part of the academy was the tour and all the potential this city has with local union projects.
Awesome.
And so
Thanks for doing
hopefully we start with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, well done. All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Louis Lopez, followed by Armando Hernandez.
All right, welcome, Mr. Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, community. I truly don't believe this was orchestrated tonight of many veterans. I think it's the city just has this natural veterans gravitate here. I myself, when Master Gunnery Sergeant Artie was there, kind of took me back to boot camp too. I have 2 tours with the Marine Corps, 2 combat tours. Also, my father lives right there on the corner of Early Dawn and Bradley. And today I went to go visit him. It was the first time I seen the banner wasn't there, so I questioned him about it. I guess that's another public comment, but anyway. I want to stick on the veterans aspect because every trade here has a partnership with Helmets to Hard Hats. That's an organization that we partnership with that allows us to have direct entry for the men and women that are coming back from serving our country proudly. And it's actually a great transition, as some of the men here had shared their first job. I could tell you that I had just as much anxiety coming back, not knowing exactly where I was going to gain traction, as I had going into Somalia. Different anxiety, but kind of around the same aspect. So when we have developers, as such, the applicant today coming into this, and wanting to be partnership and talking about quality work, every one of our apprenticeship programs are accredited through the state of California, anywhere from 3 to 5 years of an apprenticeship program. So you're getting the highest quality. I heard quality be mentioned here in the workmanship and the craftsmanship of this project being built. So I do thank you, sir, for not just, we have some developers or people that come into the local communities and don't offer a full, broad invitation for all our trades, as this gentleman and his team did. So I want to recognize that. And it's just not with the veterans, it's with the local schools. Many of us go out there and hold trade shows for our youth that aren't geared to go to college. It's definitely an alternative, especially when we have great paying wages attached with health and welfare and retirement benefits. So this is a tremendous value to the community, and I just want to continue to be able to have our members work here and live here in the city of Menifee. Thank you for your consideration to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Armando Hernandez.
Hello, Mr. Straw. I wasn't going to talk, but you asked the question about, I'm a homeowner. We actually own 2. There's 7 properties there in Sherrill. We're not planning on selling. We love it there. You know, I mean, it's, you know, there's not that much land in Menifee, you know, in the city of in that area. So you asked your question. We're not planning on selling that, you know what I mean? I own 2, and they offered one offer, which was like a lowball offer. You couldn't even buy another property for that in that area, you know? So I just came to answer your question. Maybe you hear it from me, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
No other speakers.
No more speakers. All right, thank you. We appreciate everybody coming and sharing. At this time, we're going to ask the city council members, do you have any questions for the appellant or for the applicant? I think we had some questions earlier, but I don't know if they all got answered. But if you would like to hear from either one of them to answer any of your questions, this is the opportunity.
I have one question.
Okay, and is this for appellant or applicant?
It is for the applicant.
Okay.
If somebody, and I'm
Mr.
obviously I'm going to
Zazaki.
ask about greenhouse gases, so if anybody has some information on that. I'm hoping that somebody can tell me this. One of the things our city staff told us was that the standard that we're using is per project, but the state does not set a project size. So what I'm wondering is if this 700,000 square foot project was 2 350,000 square foot projects, and each of them got 3,000 metric tons, would it be under?
I see what you mean. If you would arbitrarily just build them as 2 buildings, and then they would both get 3,000.
Right.
Then and it would be the same as one 700,000, but you would not be over the threshold.
That's
right?
what I'm trying to find out,
that makes-
right?
Yeah, I get that. Once you come up.
Because if somebody builds a 100,000 square foot project and somebody builds a 2 million square foot project, they're going to be vastly different emissions, but they're held to the same standard. So I'm trying to figure. It doesn't sound to me like there's a per square foot standard, but can you help me out on that?
My name is Marty Ackerblom. I'm legal counsel for the applicant, and I can answer your question and then maybe hopefully provide a little bit more context. So yes, it's true that all commercial, well, I shouldn't say all commercial, the Southern California, the air district that we're in, they set these standards, and these standards are intended to help the state meet its GHG reduction goals. And so this air district has set the, a hoped for 3,000 metric ton emission, and that's for any project, any commercial project that would be presented before it, and this project qualifies as one of those. And so whether it is a, like you said, a 1,000 or a 100,000 square foot project versus 700,000 square foot project, they're held to the same standard. So the reality is that no development of this size, and we're talking a 40-acre site, no development that goes on this site, whether it's broken up into 5 different sites or whether someone develops the entire 40 acres, would probably be able to meet this threshold. And like I said, these thresholds they're not set by the air district intending that every single project will be able to meet them or even can meet them. They're trying to help the state, meet its ultimate GHG reduction goals. And the state has.
Let me stop you there then, because you maybe let me catch you up and see if I can reverse engineer my question.
Yes.
Does your client build smaller ones than this? What is the largest project that they've built that met the threshold?
So and maybe I can turn to Ace, but in my experience, usually the warehouses of these size would need to be under about 250 or under 200 in order to be able to meet the threshold. And so let's say this 40-acre site were broken up into, 4 or 5 projects of that size. In the end, you have the same amount of GHG emissions with those 5 separate projects.
That's what I'm trying to determine,
Even though each one individually on paper meets the threshold, you still in the end have the same amount of GHG emissions cumulatively.
Yeah, I'm
with
trying
those 5
to
projects.
assess how arbitrary this standard is.
So it's not, I can't speak to whether it's arbitrary or not, but it does apply regardless of the size of the project. And what CEQA does to help address this is that any project that is over the threshold, we are required to mitigate to the extent we can, even if we can't bring it beneath the threshold. So that's how CEQA helps to solve this problem, is they make us mitigate to the extent we can. And that's what we have done. We have, zero emissions equipment on site. We're installing extra solar panels on the roof in order to bring electricity emissions down.
I get the efforts to mitigate. I get what I'm saying is the mitigation doesn't bring it under, and I'm trying to figure out where that line is, that if we were to just break the building up into two, which we wouldn't do, would it qualify? If you were to just zone this as two separate projects side by side, would each of them be under and then there'd be no problem, in which case putting them together doesn't make a difference? That's kind of where I'm going at.
You could cut it in half and you would still be over these thresholds, but my point is that even if you cut it into 5 so that all 5 individually were under the threshold, you still in the end have the same amount of GHG emissions
That's my
across
point
the
exactly.
5 projects.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't need any more detail than that. That answers my question. Thanks.
Any other questions for the appellant or the applicant? All right, hearing none, I'm going to give the appellant one more opportunity. If you have anything else that you'd like to share, okay, thank you. And if the applicant has anything else that you'd like to share before I close the public hearing? Nothing else. Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing. It's 8:46. There's one resolution for adoption, council members. We can have discussion now or a motion. But what we're being asked to do is adopt a resolution to deny the appeal submitted by City of Paris and uphold the Planning Commission approval. And Mr. Melching, I do believe that you might have some guidance for us.
Mayor Zimmerman. It's only been 8 years. What can you
We're
do,
all
right?
council members up here. Yeah.
My recommendation to the council tonight is that this item be continued and brought back to a date certain. Could be as soon as the next city council meeting, if you're willing, so that staff can review a couple of procedural items and bring the agenda item back to you for final action.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and make that motion then. So let's motion to
I'll second
continue
it.
the item to, but we don't have a date certain, but at next opportunity, right?
November 20th?
Okay,
November 20th. Second.
all right, that's my motion.
Would you mind, do you want to just state your vote and I can mark it?
I vote yes on the continuance motion. I'm just not getting a voting screen.
All right, and so I see that that passed unanimously, and appreciate everybody who came to share and speak on this item. We'll take this up on November 20th. All right, let's go ahead and move on our agenda. We have another public hearing item, and that is 11.2. This is an ordinance for the first reading for change proceedings for areas number 2 and 3 of CFD 22-3 in Legato. And council members, this is kind of one of those formalities. We don't need to hear a staff report unless we'd like one. So does anyone wish to hear a staff report on this item? Thank you. All right, hearing none. Council members, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. It's 8:49. And I need to ask the clerk when she gets back to her desk if this was legally noticed.
It was.
Do we have any public testimony wishing to speak?
No, we do not.
All right. And have any written protests been received?
No, there was not.
Are there any persons registered to vote in the territory of the district?
There are not.
Have the owners of all the taxable property consented to holding the special election immediately following this public hearing?
They have.
Do you concur that the special election may be held?
I do.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:50. And council members, do we have any discussion? What we'll need is a motion and a second to adopt a resolution amending the tax and rate, amending the rate and method of apportionment of special taxes for the improvement areas number 2 of the district and declaring the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness within the improvement area number 3. May I have a...
So moved.
All right. And I'll go ahead and second that one. Though you already did, okay, thank you. All right, we're not quite done yet, so that part passes. Madam Clerk, have you received the official ballots and the waivers from the landowners that can cast votes on behalf of the owners of all the property?
Yes, I have, and they were all yes.
Thank you. Council members, now we'll need a motion and a second to adopt a resolution declaring those results.
Second.
Moved.
All right. And that passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, would you introduce the ordinance by title, please?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Menifee, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of Community Facilities District Number 2022-3 for Legato of the City of Menifee, authorizing the levy of special taxes within the Improvement Area Number 2 and Improvement Area Number 3.
Great, thank you. So finally, we need a motion to introduce the ordinance. I'll make that motion. And cast our votes. That passed unanimously, and so that gets us to the end of that item. Let's move to item 12. There are 2 discussion items. We'll take up the first one, 12.1. This is the issuance of the special tax bonds for CFD 23-1 Rockport Ranch by Lennar, and I see our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Hickey's here to introduce the item.
Good evening, Travis Hickey, City CFO. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. It's my pleasure to present this item. This is for the issuance of special tax bonds for CFD 2023-1, known as Rockport Ranch. So the history of the CFD goes back to October 2022 when the Finance Committee reviewed the formation documents. It was then brought to the City Council and approved in May of 2023 with a not to exceed threshold for bond issuance of $23 million. In June of 2023, we held the election to determine the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness. And then in July of 2024, we came back to the Finance Committee to review the bond issuance documents, which was then recommended to bring to the City Council, which brings us to tonight. So the bond issuance process, basically with the team that we work with, which we have here tonight, our bond counsel, our special tax consultant, and our financial advisor, we work together to draft the financing documents. We approve the financing documents. We sell the bonds to the underwriter sells the bonds to the investors. We then receive the proceeds in exchange for the bonds, and then those proceeds are dispersed for different purposes to reimburse for capital projects, establish a bond reserve fund, and pay for costs of issuance. And then annually, we assess levies to pay back the bonds, and the bond owners are paid semi-annually. Off to the right, we see our consulting team is our team we have used for all of our bond issuances so far, including our special tax consultant, Spicer Consulting, Urban Futures as our financial advisor, and our bond counsel, Stradling, Yoka, Carlson, and Routh. We do have a new underwriter for this issuance. This is Raymond James. This was a result of a process we went through at the direction of the Finance Committee to solicit proposals from different underwriters, and so this will be our first time working with Raymond James as a underwriter. This is the map of the city. You can see the project is sort of in the center of town on the east side, just south of Newport Road there. So looking at the project and development summary, it's located north of La Piedra Road and west of Briggs Road. It's a residential community developed by Lennar Homes, planned for 305 single-family detached homes. As of October 1st, there were 160 parcels individually owned, and all homes are expected to be sold by September of 2025. You can see in the chart on the right there, the 160 parcels are individually owned, another 9 in escrow, and 72 homes under construction. When the CFD was formed, as I mentioned, it was a $23 million approval ceiling for the bond issuance, but based on the where we're at in the development of the project and current market conditions, we're estimating the bonds to be issued at $17.28 million. For a number of CFDs, we have issued them in kind of 2 separate issuances. In this case, the project is far enough along, we're not expecting to issue any further bonds, so it'll be a single bond issuance for this CFD, and those proceeds will be used to finance public improvement benefits benefiting the district. The estimated tax for the homeowners in this CFD will range from $2,700 to $4,960 beginning in fiscal year 25-26, with an annual increase of about 2% per year. On the left, we see the sources and uses of the funds. As I mentioned, the par amount of the bonds is expected to be $17.275 million, with total sources just over $18 million. The project fund is estimated at $16.1 million, with a reserve fund of just under $1.5 million. Off to the right, we see the annual taxes to be levied in the green line, along with the bars representing the debt service costs for the bonds. And that the final maturity would be in the year 2055, which would be a 30-year term. Looking at the schedule, tonight is the City Council meeting to review the financing. Tomorrow we would be posting the preliminary official statement, which makes basically all of the disclosures of the bonds available to prospective investors. November 21st, the bonds would be priced, and then December 5th would be the final settlement of the bonds. So the action we are looking for from the council is to authorize the issuance of the 2024 bonds in an amount not to exceed $20 million. I had mentioned earlier, initially during the formation, $23 million was the ceiling. We're now reducing that to $20 million, and to also approve certain other documents related to this issuance, which is the preliminary official statement, and you can see the other documents there as well. And with that, be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hickey. Council members, any questions at this time? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this?
We do
item?
not.
And do we receive any correspondence on the item?
No, we did not.
Council members, this is an opportunity for discussion now. Mayor Pro Tem Dinas.
Thank you, Mayor. In the staff report, it shows that there's a one-time $3.9 million mitigation fee paid by the developer. And I think that when we get one-time funds like this, because ultimately that $3.9 million is going to be molded into the price of the home. So I think since our future homeowners are going to be paying that, it'd be only right to use those funds for something that's tangible and a direct benefit to those residents, like parks, if need be, or a community center or something like that, instead of just rolling it into the general fund, but to make sure it's used for the better of the community and the city as a whole, that they can actually have immediate direct use of.
That's a very good point, and I agree with you. And fortunately, we have a community center proposed that's about a mile away, so it'd certainly be a direct benefit to those residents who live there. Would something like that be an eligible CFD expense?
It would certainly be an eligible CFD expense. There are timing requirements in terms of spending of the proceeds that are received, but we can certainly work with our CIP and Public Works teams to identify projects where we may have to use those monies within that time window, but reserve that 3.9 to be used towards a community center.
Do the funds have to be spent or obligated?
They need to be spent. Yeah. It's you know, of the 17 million in bond proceeds that are proposed to be issued, 85% of that would need to be spent within 3 years, with the remainder within 5 years. But we do have other ways that we can allocate those funds to other projects and reserve the 3.9 for something like the community.
That's what we got here for, Travis, is to come up with those great ideas.
Yeah, and Nick and his team as well. So,
Any other comments, council members? All right, hearing none, I need a motion and a second to adopt the resolution authorizing the issuance of the tax bonds and the
I'll move it.
Second.
All right. And that passed unanimously. We're on our final discussion item. This is our 2025 City Council meeting calendar. And Madam Clerk, would you present the item?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Stephanie Rosine, Acting City Clerk. Tonight before you is an item we bring back annually for the council to consideration, any cancellation dates needed for the next calendar year. This helps staff with planning ahead for items for the agenda. This year, we have 2 proposed dates, which is January 1st for the New Year's holiday, and then July 2nd, as it's been customary that the council has chosen to cancel a meeting during the summer months. Generally, we do have a cancellation in September or October for the Cal Cities Annual Conference. Next year, we will not have a conflict. It will not fall on a council meeting week. So those are our only 2 dates that we're asking for council's consideration. As always, council has the discretion to schedule any special meetings or cancellations as needed throughout the year.
All right, thank you. So January 1 and July 2nd. Council members, any questions on this item? Madam Clerk, any requests to speak on this item?
We do not.
Any correspondence received on this item?
None.
Councilor, any discussion? All we're doing is providing feedback, so is everybody okay with those 2 dates? All right, so it sounds like we're good to go.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to move on the agenda. Mr. City Attorney, anything to report or update?
No, Mayor.
All right, and Mr. City Manager, any updates or report?
No, Mayor.
Okay, council members, any future agenda requests from council members? All right, and it was requested by Mr. Knighton that we close in memory of Miss Albia Miller, and so let's go ahead and do so. And put that for our public record, please, and we are now adjourned. Thanks, everybody.